Set up here, guys. How's it going, y'all? We are hopping in here. You know, I woke up this morning and I saw the news. Apparently, we've attacked Venezuela, US, and has captured Maduro, it seems. And I was just taken aback. And then I hop online and it looks like Trump is speaking about it. So I figured let me hop on here with y'all and catch up on the news. So give me one sec while we get set up here. But a lot is happening. I want to say history is happening, right? Like history in the making here. I guess you could say that every day, right? But I don't know. This wasn't necessarily on my bingo card. Hope y'all are having a good start to the new year, even with all the crazy stuff happening in the world. Let's see where we're at here. Yeah, it looks like he's up speaking. So probably gonna hop in here and see what's going on. Tony B, how are you doing, man? Happy New Year. Hope you are doing well. All right, my sound is coming through. Okay, cool. Now it's actually working. Sick. Sometimes it's got like a 4-second delay. It's horrible. All right. Yeah, so he just went up to speak. I think he started speaking like 10 or 20 minutes ago. Long bong. Hey, you made it in. You made it in.
Appreciate you being here. Late last night.
Is that kind of low for y'all? Is that low? The volume. I'm gonna try to turn it up. It seems like it's very low. Oh, Tony B, I did not. Yo, after this, we'll circle over to that. I have not seen any new UFO UAP stuff, but can you drop a link in the Discord?
And early today, at my direction, the United States Armed Forces conducted an extraordinary military operation in the capital of Venezuela. Overwhelming American military power, air, land, and sea, was used to launch a spectacular assault. And it was an assault like people have not seen since World War II. It was a force against a heavily fortified military fortress in the heart of Caracas to bring outlaw dictator Nicolas Maduro to justice. This was one of the most stunning, effective, and powerful displays of American military might and competence.
I'm gonna try not to pause too much. Like I want to, hear what he has to say and everything. I think one of my first concerns to come to my mind with this is it sort of sets a precedent within his presidency of, okay, the way I understand it, there's some drug boats or boats these claiming are drug boats, bringing drugs to America. Hey, stop doing that. Okay, we start dropping bombs. Okay, it's still happening. We're gonna go ahead and take their leader. Well, now if you take a step back from that and you look at Mexico when it comes to the cartels, could he use that same line of logic? Because I feel like I've heard him say or sort of imply having to fight the cartels sort of on their own turf. So is this sort of, he's setting this up and then he's going to be able to look at Mexico and say, okay, it's your turn now. That's, it's kind of freaky.
In American history.
Wait, he said Mexico might be next? Wow, because I feel like months ago, he's already kind of said that he's not opposed. Well, he just kind of floated the idea and was like, he's not opposed to going in there and taking out the cartels if Mexico doesn't sort of step up for it. But I feel like this almost, puts pressure on Mexico now because it's like, hey, look what we did over here. Now, granted, there are significant differences. I think geography alone of one borders your country, one doesn't border your country. So it's kind of easier to go out and poke Venezuela than it is Mexico, because if you did piss off everybody in Mexico, we do share a large border with Mexico. So it's, there's a little bit more that comes with that, but it still sets again, look, I was talking to you, Kami, about it. Soft power, hard power. It sort of is pressure, it feels like, on Mexico regardless.
Think about it. We've done some other good ones like the attack on Soleimani, the attack on al-Baghdadi, and the obliteration and decimation of the Iran nuclear sites just recently in an operation known as Midnight Hammer. All perfectly executed and done. No nation in the world could achieve what America achieved yesterday, or frankly, in just a short period of time. All Venezuelan military capacities were rendered powerless as the men and women of our military, working with U.S. law enforcement, successfully captured Maduro in the dead of night. It was dark. The lights of Caracas were largely turned off due to a certain expertise that we have. It was dark and it was deadly. But captured along with his wife, Celia Flores, both of whom now face American justice. Maduro and Flores have been indicted in the Southern District of New York. It's Jay Clayton, for their campaign of deadly narco-terrorism against the United States.
Absolutely spine-tingling. How do you plan to outsmart it this time?
Sorry about that. I don't know what that is. It happens at the beginning of all my streams. It's something in my streaming stuff, so ignore that. That was not a part of the broadcast. But yo, Tony B, appreciate you. I'm gonna check that out. What's going on, K9? It looks like everybody, like YouTube did some update, and apparently if you have multiple accounts, I guess it puts numbers or different characters at the end of your name now. So what's going on, K9? Nice to see you here.
Indicted in the Southern District of New York. It's Jay Clayton, for their campaign of deadly narco-terrorism against the United States and its citizens. I want to thank the men and women of our military who achieved such an extraordinary success overnight with breathtaking speed, power, precision, and competence. You rarely see anything like it. You've seen some raids in this country that didn't go so well. They were an embarrassment. If you look back to Afghanistan, or if you look back to the Jimmy Carter days, they were different days. We're a respected country again, like never before. These highly trained warriors, operating in collaboration with U.S. law enforcement, caught them in a very ready position. They were waiting for us. They knew we had many ships out in the sea, just sort of waiting. They knew we were coming. So they were in what's called a ready position. But they were completely overwhelmed and very quickly incapacitated. If you would have seen what I saw last night, you would have been very impressed. I'm not sure that you'll ever get to see it, but it was an incredible thing to see. Not a single American service member was killed, and not a single piece of American equipment was lost. We had many helicopters, many planes, many people involved in that fight. But think of that, not one piece of military equipment was lost, not one service member was, more importantly, killed. The United States military is the strongest and most fearsome military on the planet by far, with capabilities and skills our enemies can scarcely begin to imagine. We have the best equipment anywhere in the world. There's no equipment like what.
I mean, no casualties is good to hear, right? What's going on, Tony B? But you, no, you do have. Your name comes up Tony B, and then I think it's like a L1B. So you do have special characters after yours. Are you saying that Trump is slurring? I mean, the supposed president of peace did and does a lot of invasion, Venezuela, Iran, Syria, Yemen, and the Africa bombings on Christmas, etc. You said Trump sleeps 3 hours a day. That's not healthy. Is that documented somewhere? I imagine on one hand, I feel like the president probably doesn't get a lot of sleep. I can't imagine how stressful it is, just in general, not Trump, Biden, not left, right, just in general, being the president. It must be tough to sleep, right? Or do you think it's just they're just asleep like a baby? I would be stressed, just so stressed, I think.
What we have, and you see that even if you just look at the boats, you know, we've knocked out 97% of the drugs coming in by sea. 90%. Each boat kills 25, on average, 25,000 people. We knocked out 97%. And those drugs mostly come from a place called Venezuela. We're going to run the country.
Okay, Kami, you said at Astrolarius, he's lying. We have hundreds of casualties, but never forget that capitalists don't think of workers as people, thus no casualties. I was speaking in terms of like the strikes, right? And when he says casualties, I imagine he meant like military casualties on our side. I imagine if you're blowing stuff up, there's going to be some casualties on the other side, whether it be military or, as they put it, collateral damage or what have you. But I imagine he was speaking of just the military. I don't know if you're saying, are you saying there's military casualties on our side that he's lying about? The strikes led, well, sure, exactly. It led to casualties on their side. I mean, when I hear we did these strikes on this place and we had no casualties, or we put, you know, troops in here and we had no casualties, I'm not assuming that they mean casualties on the opposing side of that. I'm assuming they're speaking of themselves, right? Or in this case, you know, the military men that like went and did this, whether it's the planes, whether it's the soldiers themselves. I imagine that's what he's speaking to. But in terms of like humanity, of like human life, were there casualties? Well, I imagine there were.
Until such time as we can do a safe, proper, and judicious.
You said Secret Service leaked it. So oh, interesting.
We don't want to be involved with having somebody else get in, and we have the same situation that we had for the last long period of years. So we are going to run the country until such time as we can do a safe, proper, and judicious transition. And it has to be judicious because that's what we're all about. We want peace, liberty, and justice for the great people of Venezuela, and that includes many from Venezuela that are now living in the United States and want to go back to their country. It's their homeland. We can't take a chance that somebody else takes over Venezuela that doesn't have the good of the Venezuelan people in mind. We've had decades of that. We're not going to let that happen. We're there now, and what people don't understand, but they understand as I say this, we're there now, but we're going to stay until such time as the proper transition can take place. So we're
interesting. Wow.
Such time as we're going to run it essentially until.
Yo, Longbong, you said Venezuela for 52nd state. Wait, who's the 51st? The meme is Canada, or did I miss something? Was there an update? You said we were going to run this country. Told you if he wanted peace in Venezuela, he shouldn't have invaded. I mean, I see what you're saying. The world's on fire. Happy New Year. There won't be many years left. I don't know about all the doomer talk. Sure. I mean, there's always terrible things going on. I like to think things probably get worse or more happens, and then things kind of settle out, and then more happens. It kind of happens in waves, right? So hopefully we're leading at least towards more peace and less conflict. But right now we do seem to be in an increase of conflict. Somalia is a bigger problem, in my opinion. What's Somalia doing? I've only seen the. Apparently, there were Somalians over here, migrants that were abusing the systems in place. There was the Nick Shirley video on apparently the fraudulent daycares. I haven't watched that one yet, but I mean, I've just seen people chatting about it and whatnot. I don't know about Somalia as a country, what they're doing though. Somalia was on its way to peace until he struck them. Somalia doesn't have anything he wants.
Such time as a
we might have to circle over to that.
As everyone knows, the oil business in Venezuela has been a bust, a total bust, for a long period of time. They were pumping almost nothing by comparison to what they could have been pumping and what could have taken place. We're going to have our very large United States oil companies, the biggest anywhere in the world, go in, spend billions of dollars, fix the badly broken infrastructure, the oil infrastructure, and start making money for the country. And we are ready to stage a second and much larger attack if we need to do so. So we were prepared to do a second wave if we needed to do so. We actually assumed that a second wave would be necessary, but now it's probably not. The first wave, if you'd like to call it that, the first attack was so successful, we probably don't have to do a second, but we're prepared to do a second wave, a much bigger wave, actually. This was pinpoint, but we have a much bigger wave that probably won't have to do. This partnership of Venezuela with the United States of America, a country that everybody wants to be involved with because of what we were able to do and accomplish, will make the people of Venezuela rich, independent, and safe. And it will also make the many, many people from Venezuela that are living in the United States extremely happy. They suffered. They suffered. So much was taken from them. They're not going to suffer anymore. The illegitimate dictator Maduro was the kingpin of a vast criminal network responsible for trafficking colossal amounts of deadly and illicit drugs into the United States. As alleged in the indictment, he personally oversaw the vicious cartel known as Cartel de las Solas, which flooded our nation with lethal poison, responsible for the deaths of countless Americans, the many, many Americans. Hundreds of thousands over the years of Americans died because of him. Maduro and his wife will soon face the full might of American justice and stand trial on American soil. Right now, they're on a ship. They'll be heading to, ultimately, New York, and then a decision will...
It's just freaky because this isn't just regime change and America sort of stoked the flames of it. This is, we went in and took your leader and are sending them to New York to stand trial. That is just such a different thing.
Made, I assume, between New York and Miami and Florida. But we have people where the overwhelming evidence of their crimes will be presented in a court of law. And I've seen it. I've seen what we have. It's both horrible and breathtaking that something like this could have been allowed to take place. For many years after his term as president of Venezuela expired, Maduro remained in power and waged a ceaseless campaign of violence, terror, and subversion against the United States of America, threatening not only our people, but the stability of the entire region. And you all saw it. In addition to trafficking gigantic amounts of illegal drugs that inflicted untold suffering and human destruction all over the country, all over, in particular, the United States, Maduro sent...
Tommy, you said that's void. It's all about the oil and that's it. But what's void? You said Elon received death threats on TikTok. I'm looking into that right now. It says, recent news headlines link Elon Musk and Somalia in two main areas. Musk calls for the arrest of Somalia's UN ambassador over alleged fraud and a perceived death threat against Musk by a Somali TikTok user. I mean, that seems kind of vague, so I'll have to look into it more. I mean, when it comes to social media, there's a lot of people doing death threats or very edgy content. So I'd have to look into that one in particular. Fuck oil, fuck electric. Hydrogen is the best option. Maduro's capture. Well, no, I was just saying it just seems like it's way more direct. Just going in there and sort of taking a leader rather than, you know, supplying their opposition. One is way quicker, way more direct, way more obvious, way more in your face. The other one you could kind of obfuscate and be like, oh, well, that wasn't really us, or, you know, those are your people overthrowing you, so that's more of a you issue. But this is, we went in there and just took you because we said, you know, you were doing bad to America, essentially. And now there's going to be a regime change because, I mean, you've I mean, we've essentially, if you go in and take the leader, I mean, sure, you have like your vice presidents and whatnot, you have your succession line, but overall, I mean, it sounds like you kind of won the engagement at that point if you're able to go in easily and just take their leader.
Savage and murderous gangs, including the bloodthirsty prison gang, Tren de Aragua.
Trains beat cars.
American communities nationwide, and he did indeed. They were in Colorado. They took over apartment complexes. They cut the fingers off people if they called police.
Wait, what?
They were brutal. But they're not so brutal now. And I just have to congratulate our military, Pete, and everybody, and our National Guard, because the job that they've done, whether it's in Washington, D.C., where we have a totally safe city, where it was one of the most unsafe cities anywhere in the world, frankly, and now we have no crime in Washington, D.C. We haven't had a killing. We had the terrorist attack a few weeks ago. A little bit of a different kind of a threat, but we haven't had a killing in a long period of time, 6-7 months. We used to have two, on average, 2 a week in Washington, our capital. We don't have that anymore. The restaurants are opening. Everyone's happy. They're going, they're walking their daughters, they're walking their children, their wives. They walk to restaurants. Restaurants are opening all over Washington, D.C. So I want to thank the National Guard. I want to thank our military. And I want to thank law enforcement. It's been amazing. And they should do it with more cities. We're doing it, as you know, and we're doing it in Memphis, Tennessee right now, and crime is down. We've just sort of started a few weeks ago, but crime is down now 77%. And the governor of Louisiana called, great person, and he wanted us to help him, as you know, in a certain very nice part of Louisiana. And we have done that. And it was a rough section, and we have crime down. I understand it's down to almost nothing already after 2.5 weeks. New Orleans, it's down to almost nothing, and we've only been there.
You said taking the leader isn't the point. Diverging from Epstein and getting oil is the point. Oil, I can see. You think this is a diversion from Epstein? I don't know how they fumbled the Epstein situation so badly. You said that electric is the best. Invest in wind and solar. Hydrogen is worthless if you don't need cars. Kami, you just hate cars. You just fucking hate cars. We were talking about this yesterday. You hate cars. No crime in D.C. It seems as though, just from what I've seen, it's gone down. I mean, that would be my assumption, too, if you deploy the National Guard. You would think it would go down. Is there anybody in D.C.? Is the crime down? I despise car for private needs. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I get what you mean. I don't want to say a perfect society, but there's a lot of situations where the design of a city, you don't really need cars. Like, yeah, you could have a bunch of public transport. I don't hate cars, though, in and of themselves. I think that it's kind of nice being able to hop in a car. Plus, where I live, there's a lot of public transport. I'd say it's like 50-50. It's not like a super perfect public transport, but there's buses and there's trails and stuff, at least, so you don't need a car. You could bike if you want. There's bike lanes. There's buses that run at least until I think about midnight or 2 a.m. But realistically, the way things are spaced out, it really helps to have a car, because you're cutting down. I mean, you could be cutting down an hour of commute time. Again, I like cars for just being able to, you could hop in your car, you could drive right to where you want to go. You could decide halfway that you don't want to go there and make a turn. Whereas, with the bus, obviously you're going to have to get off, find another bus. Obviously, one is more convenient than the other. I don't think cars are necessarily bad. I mean, you said in the private context, I guess you would be okay with you'd be okay with there being essentially autonomous cars, or cars that nobody owns, and you just call up a service and the car picks you up, or the person picks you up, or you have access to the car. You use it, then you drop it off, or they drop you off, and the next person uses it. That sounds like what you're okay with. I don't hate the idea, though, of having a car. I think it's a nice thing to have. I don't know. Dan DeMan. Cars are a symbol. Yeah, a symbol of independence. There's like a sort of control that you have. And I don't know, okay, well then again, Kami, I think you've said that you've never, okay, you said that you drove a tractor, but you've never driven a car. Not to say, I mean, the experience of driving a car is nice. And let's say you want to go on a long road trip and you want to drive, right? Is that so bad? I don't control where the tracks go. USA is too big to not have cars. True, exactly. Like not every city, especially if you live in a rural area, I mean, you need a car. Dude, you're gonna, like, you need a car. You said car sharing is a less bad option, perception of independence. I mean, I think there's an independence to it. The need for speed is a drug. If you're saying that the experience of driving a car is like a drug, so it's not good for society or it's not necessary, I mean, you could say that about so many things. You could say, riding a bicycle is like a drug. The need for speed on a bicycle. I said a symbol of independence anyways. Obviously, no one can, be fully independent, right? I mean, we're constrained by the laws of, the government. We're constrained by the laws of physics. We're constrained by many things. I can't jump out the window and fly. Large-scale ops inside cities, it's vastly better. No, not have to use cars for the sake of too many things. Wait, what? Who said anything about large-scale operations? Inside cities, it's vastly better. I mean, if you're saying that, I mean, obviously, if you live in a super populated city, it's like very densely populated. At that point, having a car, it's probably easier just not to have a car. You have to pay for parking. You have to deal with traffic. There's a point where it just becomes easier not to have one. And in that case, yeah, of course, I would agree that, sure, just don't have a car. But if you wanted to have a car, I'm not going to say you can't have a car. We should learn to fly like Dragon Ball Z. I had a dream about that. Is that a recent dream? I've been having some really weird dreams myself. A lot of times I don't remember my dreams when I wake up, but the last week or two, I've had some very, very vivid dreams. Sure, but you have to run the bike. But a car is autonomous. You don't have to pedal a car. Okay, so you're Amish? Are you going to say that, well, a bike uses a chain and that's weak, it's doing the labor for you, so you have to use a scooter, so you kick the scooter, so there's nothing else doing work for you? Because I'm pretty sure that's why Amish use scooters instead of bicycles with chains. So, I mean, what's your point? Are you saying that we can't have creature comforts or luxuries of any sort? Like, it's immoral to have those? What's your point? Different beast and all that. Intracity public beats private. If you're rural, for example, a farm. Yeah, no, of course. Okay, at least of course you need a car. Okay. So you agree on that point, at least. Oh, different beast. Okay, yeah. Also, I can't load up a city bus with branches and leaves from a day of yard work and go to the dump. True, but I guess he's saying in a rural area, it's fine to have a car. Though if you had like a trash removal business in an urban area, obviously you would need some sort of a vehicle to transport it, right? So again, there is a utility. Kami, I feel like you're failing to see the utility in having a car or a truck. No, you have to equally use your muscles for a scooter with a bike. I'm not going to argue whether riding a bike or kicking a scooter is easier. Obviously, if you're on a mountain bike, going up hills is probably going to be easier than if you're on a scooter. So, I mean, I don't know. We're kind of losing the plot here. But I feel you, in essence.
For 2.5 weeks. Can't imagine why governors wouldn't want us to help. We all
people could, y'all are ridiculous.
In Chicago, then crime went down a little bit there. We did a very small help because we had no working ability with the governor. The governor was a disaster and the mayor was a disaster, but it knocked down crime. But we're pulling out of there when they need us. We'll know. You'll know. You'll be writing about it. And likewise, Los Angeles, where we saved Los Angeles early on.
Oh, in a city, okay.
Head of the police department made a statement that if the federal government didn't come in, we would have lost Los Angeles. That's long after the fires. That's when they had the riots in Los Angeles. We did a great job. Got no credit for it whatsoever, but that's okay. It doesn't matter. We don't need the credit. But we'll be pulling out when they need us. They'll call, or we'll go back if we have to. We'll go back. But we did a great job in various cities. But the place that we're very proud of is Washington, D.C., because it's our nation's capital. We took it from being a crime-ridden mess to being one of the safest cities in the country. But the gangs that they sent raped, tortured, and murdered American women and children. They were in all of the cities I mentioned, Tren de Aragua. And they were sent by Maduro to terrorize our people, and now Maduro will never again be able to threaten an American citizen or anybody from Venezuela. There will no longer be threats. For years I've highlighted the stories of those innocent Americans whose lives were so heartlessly robbed by this Venezuelan terrorist organization. Really one of the worst. One of the worst, they say the worst. Americans like 12-year-old Jocelyn Nungari from Houston. Beautiful Jocelyn Nungari, what happened to her? They, as you know, they kidnapped, assaulted, and murdered by Tren de Aragua animals. They murdered Jocelyn and left her dead under the bridge. There was a bridge that will never be the same to so many people after seeing what happened. As I've said many times, the Maduro regime emptied out their prisons, sent their worst and most violent monsters into the United States to steal American lives. And they came from mental institutions and insane asylums. They came from prisons and jails. The reason I say both, they sound similar. Actually, prisons, a little bit more hostile, a little bit tougher. A mental institution isn't as tough as an insane asylum, but we got them both. They sent from their mental institutions. They sent from their jails, prisons. They were drug dealers. They were drug kingpins. They sent everybody bad into the United States, but no longer. And we have now a border where nobody gets through. In addition, Venezuela unilaterally seized and stole American oil, American assets, and American platforms, costing us billions and billions of dollars. They did this a while ago, but we never had a president that did anything about it. They took all of our property. It was our property. We built it. And we never had a president that decided to do anything about it. Instead, they fought wars that were 10,000 miles away. We built Venezuela oil industry with American talent, drive, and skill, and the socialist regime stole it from us during those previous administrations, and they stole it through force. This constituted one of the largest thefts of American property in the history of our country. Considered the largest theft of property in the history of our country. Massive oil infrastructure was taken like we were babies, and we didn't do anything about it. I would have done something about it. America will never allow foreign powers to rob our people or drive us back into and out of our own hemisphere. That's what they did. Furthermore, under the now deposed dictator Maduro, Venezuela was increasingly hosting foreign adversaries in our region and acquiring menacing offensive weapons that could threaten U.S. interests and lives. And they used those weapons last night. Potentially in league with the cartels operating along our border. All of these actions were in gross violation of the core principles of American foreign policy, dating back more than 2 centuries, and not anymore. All the way back, it dated to the Monroe Doctrines, and the Monroe Doctrine is a big deal, but we've superseded it by a lot, by a real lot. They now call it the Monroe Document. I don't know. It's Monroe Doctrine. We sort of forgot about it. It was very important, but we forgot about it. We don't forget about it anymore. Under our new national security strategy, American dominance in the Western Hemisphere, will never be questioned again. Won't happen. So just in concluding, for decades, other administrations have neglected or even contributed to these growing security threats in the Western Hemisphere. Under the Trump administration, we are reasserting American power in a very powerful way in our home region. And our home region is very different than it was just a short while ago. The future will be, and we did this in my first term. We had great dominance in my first term, and we have far greater dominance right now. Everyone's coming back to us. The future will be determined by the ability to protect commerce and territory and resources that are core to national security. These are core to our national security. Just like tariffs they've made our country rich, and they've made our national security stronger than ever before. But these are the iron laws that have always determined global power, and we're going to keep it that way. We will secure our borders. We will stop the terrorists. We will crash the cartels, and we will defend our citizens against all threats, foreign and domestic. Other presidents may have lacked the courage or whatever to defend America, but I will never allow terrorists and criminals to operate with impunity against the United States. This extremely successful operation should serve as warning to anyone who would threaten American sovereignty or endanger American lives. Very importantly, the embargo on all Venezuelan oil remains in full effect. The American Armada remains poised in position, and the United States retains all military options until United States demands have been fully met and fully satisfied. All political and military figures in Venezuela should understand what happened to Maduro can happen to them, and it will happen to them if they aren't just, fair, even to their people. The dictator and terrorist, Maduro, is finally gone, and Venezuela people are free. They're free again. It's been a long time for them, but they're free. America is a safer nation this morning. It's a prouder nation this morning because it didn't allow this horrible person and this country that was doing very bad things to us. It didn't allow it to happen. And the Western Hemisphere is right now a much safer place to be. So I want to thank everybody for being here. I want to thank General Raisin Kane. He's a fantastic man. I've worked with a lot of generals. I worked with some I didn't like. I worked with some I didn't respect. I worked with some that just weren't good. But this guy is fantastic. I watched last night one of the most precise attacks on sovereignty. I mean, it was an attack for justice. And I'm very proud of him, and I'm very proud of our Secretary.
That was a weird way to phrase it.
Who I'm going to ask to say a few words. Thank you very much.
An attack on sovereignty.
Well, thank you, Mr. President. Finally, a commander-in-chief the world respects and the American people deserve. And as the president said, words can barely capture the bravery and the power and the precision of this historic operation. A massive joint military and law enforcement raid flawlessly executed by the greatest Americans our country has to offer. American warriors are second to none, the best in the world and the best of our country. What all of us witnessed last night was sheer guts and grit, gallantry, and glory of the American warrior. I'm simply humbled by such men. And I tip my hat to our chairman, Dan Raisin Kane, and all those Americans who stood watch last night. Our warriors are the elite of America, and again, President Trump has your back. No other country on planet Earth, and it's not even close, could pull this kind of operation off. And no other president has ever shown this kind of leadership, courage, and resolve. The most powerful combination the world has ever seen. As the president said, our adversaries remain on notice. America can project our will anywhere, anytime. The coordination, the stealth, the lethality, the precision, the very long arm of American justice, all on full display in the middle of the night. Nicolas Maduro had his chance, just like Iran had their chance, until they didn't and until he didn't. He effed around and he found out.
Jeez, I can't believe you said that. But
President
I mean,
Trump
that's
is deadly
more or less what it
about
is.
stopping the flow of gangs and violence to our country. Deadly serious about stopping the flow of drugs and poison to our people. Deadly serious about getting back.
So I would assume at this point, any drug boats would completely stop. I mean, you would think. Otherwise, I mean, would there not be more retaliation?
The oil that was stolen from us, and deadly serious about reestablishing American deterrence and dominance in the Western Hemisphere. This is about the safety, security, freedom, and prosperity of the American people. This is America first.
You said, did he say obey or die? I mean, he said America could project their will anywhere. So, I mean, more or less, you could phrase it in a lot of different ways, but I mean, essentially, right?
This is peace through strength, and the United States War Department is proud to help deliver it. Welcome to 2026, and under President
Jeez, that's a way to put it. Welcome to 2026, guys.
Trump, America is back. I'd like to welcome now our Chairman Raisin Kane, to give a few more details about the operation. Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. Thank you, Mr. President, and good morning. Last night, on the order of the President of the United States and in support of a request from the Department of Justice, as the President said, the United States military conducted an apprehension mission in Caracas, Venezuela, to bring to justice two indicted persons, Nicolas and Cecilia Maduro. This operation, known as Operation Absolute Resolve, was discreet, precise, and conducted during the darkest hours of January 2nd, and was the culmination of months of planning and rehearsal, an operation that, frankly, only the United States military could undertake. What I'd like to do this morning is talk to you through some of the preparation and the details without compromising any of our tactics, techniques, and procedures. There is always a chance that we'll be tasked to do this type of mission again. Our interagency work began months ago and built on decades of experience of integrating complex air, ground, space, and maritime operations. While the past 2 decades have honed the skills of our special operations forces, this particular mission required every component of our joint force, with soldiers, sailors, airmen, Marines, and Guardians working in unison with our intelligence agency partners and law enforcement teammates in an unprecedented operation. We leveraged our unmatched intelligence capabilities and our years of experience in hunting terrorists, and we could not have done this mission without the incredible work by various intelligence agencies, including the CIA, NSA, and NGA. We watched, we waited, we prepared, we remained patient and professional. This mission was meticulously planned, drawing lessons from decades of missions over the last many years, many missions over these last many years. This was an audacious operation that only the United States could do. It required the utmost of precision and integration within our joint force. And the word integration does not explain the sheer complexity of such a mission. An extraction so precise it involved more than 150 aircraft launching across the Western Hemisphere in close coordination, all coming together in time and place to layer effects for a single purpose: to get an interdiction force into downtown Caracas while maintaining the element of tactical surprise. Failure of one component of this well-oiled machine would have endangered the entire mission, and failure is never an option for America's joint force. Those in the air over Caracas last night were willing to give their lives for those on the ground and in the helicopters. Let me talk a little bit about the preparation. After months of work by our intelligence teammates to find Maduro and understand how he moved, where he lived, where he traveled, what he ate, what he wore, what were his pets. In early December, our force was set pending a series of aligned events. Key was choosing the right day to minimize the potential for civilian harm and maximize the element of surprise and minimize the harm to the indicted personnel so, as the president said, they could be brought to justice. And as the president said earlier today, weather in Venezuela is always a factor this time of the year. And over the weeks through Christmas and New Year's, the men and women of the United States military sat ready, patiently waiting for the right triggers to be met and the president to order us into action. Last night, the weather broke just enough, clearing a path that only the most skilled aviators in the world could maneuver through. Ocean, mountain, low cloud ceilings, but when tasked with a mission, this organization does not quit. At 10:46 p.m. Eastern Time last night, the president ordered the United States military to move forward with this mission. He said to us, and we appreciate it, Mr. President, good luck and Godspeed. And those words were transmitted to the entire joint force. Over the course of the night, aircraft began launching from 20 different bases on land and sea across the Western Hemisphere. In total, more than 150 aircraft, bombers, fighters, intelligence, reconnaissance, surveillance, rotary wing were in the air last night. Thousands and thousands of hours of experience were airborne. Our youngest crew member was 20, and our oldest crew member was 49, and there's simply no match for American military might. As the night began, the helicopters took off with the extraction force, which included law enforcement officers, and began their flight into Venezuela at 100 feet above the water.
Jeez.
As they approached Venezuelan shores, the United States began layering different effects provided by Spacecom, Cybercom, and other members of the interagency to create a pathway. Overhead, those forces were protected by aircraft from the United States Marines.
Imagine if the capital was just further inland. This would have probably been way harder to pull off. It is crazy the precision that it would be required to do this, especially without a greater conflict or failure, like you said. It's just absolutely insane. What are you guys saying? Why does the president fight in war? They always send the poor. Send military people to big cities to practice. And yeah, again, this kind of sends out the message of, yeah, like you said, my first name, my last name, 29. Who else is on the chopping block? It sort of sends a threat to everybody else. Sort of like Pete Hegseth said, he's like, oh, well, we can, push our will anywhere. So it kind of puts everybody else on notice, really.
Air Force and the Air National Guard. The force included F-22s, F-35s, F-18s, EA-18s, E-2s, B-1 bombers, and other support aircraft, as well as numerous remotely piloted drones. As the force began to approach Caracas, the Joint Air Component began dismantling and disabling the air defense systems in Venezuela, employing weapons to ensure the safe passage of the helicopters into the target area. The goal of our air component was, and always will be to protect the helicopters and the ground force and get them to the target and get them home. As the force crossed the last point of high terrain where they'd been hiding in the clutter, we assessed that we had maintained totally the element of surprise. As the helicopter force ingressed towards the objective at low level, we arrived at Maduro's compound at 1:01 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, or 2:01 a.m. Caracas local time, and the apprehension force descended into Maduro's compound and moved with speed, precision, and discipline towards their objective and isolated the area to ensure the safety and security of the ground force while apprehending the indicted persons. On arrival into the target area, the helicopters came under fire, and they replied with that fire with overwhelming force in self-defense. One of our aircraft was hit but remained flyable, and as the president said earlier today, all of our aircraft came home, and that aircraft remained flyable during the rest of the mission.
It is kind of funny that they frame it as self-defense when you're going in to capture somebody. I mean, you could say that them shooting at you was self-defense. You know what I mean? It's just a funny way to frame it. It's like, well, we didn't shoot them until they shot at us. But it's like, well, you broke into their house. Like,
as the operation unfolded at the compound, our air and ground intelligence teams provided real-time updates to the ground force, ensuring those forces could safely navigate the complex environment without unnecessary risk. The force remained protected by overhead tactical aviation. Maduro and his wife, both indicted, gave up and were taken into custody by the Department of Justice, assisted by our incredible U.S. military with professionalism and precision, with no loss of U.S. life. After securing the indicted persons, the force began to prep for departure. Helicopters were called in to exfiltrate the extraction force, while fighter aircraft and remotely piloted aircraft provided overhead coverage and suppressive fire. There were multiple self-defense engagements as the force began to withdraw out of Venezuela. The force successfully exfiltrated and returned to their afloat launch bases, and the force was over the water at 3:29 a.m. Eastern Standard Time with indicted persons on board. And both Maduro and his wife were embarked aboard the USS Iwo Jima. In closing, what we've witnessed today is a powerful demonstration of America's joint force. We think, we develop, we train, we rehearse, we debrief, we rehearse again and again, not to get it right, but to ensure that we cannot get it wrong. Our jobs are to integrate combat power so when the order comes, we can deliver overwhelming force at the time and the place of our choosing against any foe anywhere in the world. I am immensely proud today of our joint force and filled with gratitude to represent them here today. There is simply no mission too difficult for these incredible professionals and the families that stand by them and support them. As we stand here this morning, our forces remain in the region at a high state of readiness, prepared to project power, defend themselves, and our interests in the region. This operation is a testament to the dedication and unwavering commitment to justice and our resolve to hold accountable those who threaten peace and stability. In closing, I want to express my heartfelt gratitude to the brave men and women who executed this mission. Their courage and tireless commitment to our nation are what makes us strong. Thank you, Mr. Secretary, and thank you, Mr. President.
That's one of my questions is there any fear of retaliation? I mean, assume another country came into America and just kidnapped Trump. And they just captured Trump. And they're like, we're taking you back to our country and you're going to stand trial. I feel as though our military at that point, or the people in power, would say, we need to go get Trump back. We need to go capture our president back, or, rescue them. I guess, do they just not have the means to do that? Are we not worried about that? It just doesn't seem like something you get off super scot-free on. You said Juan Hernandez put everybody on notice too. Yeah, have the right friends or enough money and you're good to go. I think that's kind of always the case, right? Oh yeah, you gotta drop to the Discord. Get sucked in. Move out with speed, skill, and discipline. Let me know if the link doesn't work. Sometimes the links expire.
Much to add to what you've heard now, other than the following points. Nicolas Maduro was indicted in 2020 in the United States. He is not the legitimate president of Venezuela. That's not just us saying it. The first Trump administration, the Biden administration, the second Trump administration, none of those three recognized him. He's not recognized by the European Union and multiple countries around the world. He is a fugitive of American justice with a $50 million reward, which I guess we say $50 million. And,
oh, wow.
Yeah, exactly. But
don't let anybody claim it. Nobody deserves it but us.
But I want to be clear about one thing. Nicolas Maduro had multiple opportunities to avoid this. He was provided multiple very, very, very generous offers and chose instead to act like a wild man, chose instead to play around. And the result is what we saw tonight. The other message here is the following. You have a guy, like many people around the world, they like to play games. You have a guy who decides he's going to invite Iran into his country, is going to, do the confiscation of American oil companies, is going to flood our country with gang members, is going to take Americans prisoner and try to hold them for hostage and trade them like he was able to do with the Biden administration. Basically likes to play games all this time and thinks nothing's going to happen. And I hope what people now understand is that we have a president. The 47th president of the United States is not a game player. When he tells you that he's going to do something, when tells you he's going to address a problem, he means it. He actions it. I can tell you, I've watched this process now for 14, 15 years, been around it. Everybody talks. I'm going to do this. I'm going to do that. When I get there, we're going to do this. We're going to take. This is a president of action. Like, I don't understand yet how they haven't figured this out. And now, if you don't know, now you know. Because this is the way it's going to play out. And I think people need to understand that this is not a president that just talks and does letters and press conferences. And, if he says he's serious about something, he means it. And this is something that was a direct threat to the national interest of the United States, and the president addressed it. There's a president of peace, by the way. I told you what I just said earlier. This guy had multiple opportunities to find his way somewhere else and figure out another. He could have been living somewhere else right now very happy, but instead he wanted to play big boy. And so now, he's got other sets of problems on his hands. And but I think the message here should be for the world. Look, the president doesn't go out looking for people to pick fights with. He's not generally wants to get along with everybody. We'll talk and meet with anybody, but don't play games. Don't play games with this president's in office, because it's not going to turn out well. And so I hope that I guess that lesson was learned last night, and we hope it'll be instructive moving forward.
Is that a message for Cuba, Mr. President?
Are they just getting taller or something?
Well, we're going to be running it with a group, and we're going to make sure it's run properly. We're going to rebuild the oil infrastructure, which will cost billions of dollars. It'll be paid for by the oil companies directly. They will be reimbursed for what they're doing, but that's going to be paid. And we're going to get the oil flowing the way it should be. As you know, it was just a minor flow. It was actually a minor flow for what they have. But we're going to run it properly. We're going to make sure the people of Venezuela are taken care of. We're going to make sure the people that were forced out of Venezuela by
or something, right, Dandaman?
Are also taken care of.
President, does the U.S. running the country mean that U.S. troops will be on the ground? How will that work?
Well, they always say boots on the ground. So we're not afraid of boots on the ground if we have to. We had boots on the ground last night at a very high level, actually. We're not afraid of it. We don't mind saying it. But we're going to make sure that that country is run properly. We're not doing this in vain. This is a very dangerous attack. This is an attack that could have gone very, very badly. Could have gone very badly. We could have lost a lot of people last night. We could have lost a lot of dignity. We could have lost a lot of equipment. The equipment is less important, but we could have lost a lot. And we're going to make sure that this is proper. We're there now. We're ready to go again if we have to. We're going to run the country right. It's going to be run very judiciously, very fairly. It's going to make a lot of money. We're going to give money to the people.
He almost said company.
People that were taken advantage of. We're going to take care of everybody. It's very important. We couldn't let them get away with it. They stole
What's going on, Wolf?
our oil. We built that whole industry there, and they just took it over like we were nothing. And we had a president that decided not to do anything about it. So we did something about it. We're late, but we did something about it. Yeah, please.
Mechanism by which you're going to run the country? Are you going to designate a U.S. official to coordinate?
Yes. It's all being done right now. We're designating people. We're talking to people. We're designating various people, and we're going to let you know who those people are.
Would run Venezuela?
Well, it's largely going to be, for a period of time, the people that are standing right behind me. We're going to be running it. We're going
Wow.
to gain it back. It's a dead.
So we're taking over Venezuela.
A year and a half ago, we were a dead country. Now we're the hottest country anywhere in the world. We're a country doing better than any country anywhere in the world, and it required leadership. Venezuela has a lot of bad people in
No,
there.
Norton, but a good excuse, right?
People that shouldn't be leading. We're not going to take a chance that one of those people take over for Maduro. So you can look at and others. We have fantastic people, including people in the military.
It was a takeover,
so we
really.
have a group of people running it until such time as it can be put back on track, make a lot of money for the people, and give people a great way of life, and also reimbursement for people in our country that were forced out of Venezuela.
Rubio would be.
You said earlier today that you weren't going to back Machado to come back and be the opposition leader in your Fox and Friends interview. And then you also mentioned the vice president of Venezuela. Are you going to work with the vice president of Venezuela, or how do you foresee the relationship
Well,
going?
I understand she was just sworn in, but she was, as you know, picked by Maduro. So
we don't recognize her.
Directly. Just had a conversation with her, and she's essentially willing to do what we think is necessary.
Okay, never mind.
Make Venezuela great again. Very simple.
Mr. President,
Make Venezuela great again.
A couple weeks ago, he said he's got to watch his ass. And today, he said he's not concerned about anything happening to him in the aftermath of this operation. So, just what your message is about that?
Well, he has cocaine mills. He has factories where he makes cocaine. And, yeah, I think I stick by my first statement. He's making cocaine. They're sending it into the United States. So he does have to watch his ass.
Mr. President, did you notify any members of Congress in advance?
Marco, do you want to talk about that? Because you were involved in it.
Sure. We called members of Congress immediately after. This was not the kind of mission that you can do congressional notification on. It was a trigger-based mission in which conditions had to be met night after night. We watched and monitored that for a number of days. So it's just simply not the kind of mission you can call people and say, hey, we may do this at some point in the next 15 days. But it's largely a law enforcement function. Remember, at the end of the day, at its core, this was an arrest of 2 indicted fugitives of American justice, and the Department of War supported the Department of Justice in that job. Now, there are broader policy implications here, but it's just not the kind of mission that you can pre-notify because it endangers the mission.
Plus, if I could add one thing to that, Congress has a tendency to leak. This would not be good. If they leaked, General, I think it would have been maybe a very different result. But I have to say, they knew we were coming at some point, We had a lot of ships out there. They sort of knew we were coming. We went through. But Congress will leak, and we don't want leakers.
People to watch this all play out live. What was Maduro doing when the U.S. forces entered what I assume would be his home? And also, was there any point where the U.S. was considering if Maduro pushed back or resisted killing Maduro?
It could have happened. It could have happened. He was trying to get into a safe place. You know what a safe place is, all steel. And he wasn't able to make it to the door because our guys were so fast. They went through the opposition so fast. And there was a lot of opposition.
Jeez.
We're wondering, do we get them by surprise? Sort of surprise, but they were waiting for something. There was a lot of opposition. There was a lot of gunfire. You saw some of it today. But he was trying to get to a safe place, which wasn't safe because we would have had the door blown up in about 47 seconds, they say on average, regardless of how thick the steel was. It was a very thick door. It was a very heavy door, but he was unable to get to that door. He made it to the door. I
don't know if he's BSing, but I believe it. You know what I mean?
Go ahead, finish.
To be in the time being right now, do you know his exact
Well,
whereabouts?
eventually, ultimately, in the near future, he's going to be brought to New York.
And where is he going to be held? Where is he going to be held in New York?
He's going to be held in the same cell that Jeffrey Epstein was held in.
That's going to be up to the officials that do these things.
Mr. President, the U.S. has something of a mixed track record of ousting dictators without necessarily a plan for what comes afterwards.
Not with
Did
me.
that weigh on your decision?
Well, that's when we had different presidents. With me, that's not true. With me, we've had a perfect track record of winning. We win a lot, and we win. If you look at Soleimani, you look at al-Baghdadi, you look at the Midnight Hammer. Midnight Hammer was incredible. Right now, you wouldn't have peace in the Middle East. We have essentially peace in the Middle East because of that. If we weren't successful with Midnight Hammer, you wouldn't have peace in the Middle East. So, with me, you've had a lot of victory. You've had only victories. You've had no losses. Yeah.
How long do you expect the U.S. to run Venezuela? And how soon do you want the Venezuelan people to hold elections?
So I'd like to do it quickly, but it takes a period of time. You know, we're rebuilding. We have to rebuild their whole infrastructure. The infrastructure is rotted. It's actually very dangerous. It's blow-up territory. Oil is very dangerous. It's a very dangerous thing to take out of the ground. It can kill a lot of people. It has killed a lot of people doing just that. The infrastructure is old. It's rotted. Much of it is stuff that we put there 25 years ago, and we're going to be replacing it. And we're going to take a lot of money out so that we can take care of the country. Yeah.
Are you saying that Secretary Rubio and
Mr. President, China, Russia, and Iran have interests in Venezuela. How does this operation affect your relationships with them when it comes to the oil and drugs?
And Russia, Russia when we get things straightened out. But in terms of other countries that want oil, we're in the oil business. We're going to sell it to them. We're not going to say we're not going to give it back.
Jeez.
We'll be selling oil.
This is just an acquisition, really.
Much larger doses because they couldn't produce very much because their infrastructure was so bad. So
he's like, we're going to take it over. We're going to fix it up. We're going to give it back once they agree to work for us, essentially. So if they never agree to work for us, we're just going to keep running it. We're going to sell it. We're going to invest in it. It kind of sounds like we're just kind of taking it over and eventually just treating it as a proxy. I mean, that's really what it sounds like. It sounds like, we're taking it over without actually taking it over or annexing it, because that might piss off other people in the world. That's kind of what it sounds like.
Selling large amounts of oil to other countries, many of whom are using it now, but I would say many more will come.
Are you saying, Mr. President, are you saying that, Mr. President, are you saying that?
Mr. President, thank you. What is your message to the people of Venezuela today? Of course, the civilian population specifically, they have a lot of questions. What is your message to the people of Venezuela?
That you're going to have peace, justice. You're going to have some of the riches that you should have had for a long period of time. It was stolen from you. But you're going to have peace, and you're going to have safety, you're going to have justice, you're going to have a country, you're going to have a real country, you're going to have potentially a great country. You know, if you go back 20 years, maybe even a little longer ago, that was a great country, and they destroyed it. Remember I said that if we lose this election, the United States will be Venezuela on steroids. That's what would have happened. Had we lost the election, the 2024 election, we suffered so badly. When you look at the border from 2020, what they did, what Joe Biden administration did to our country should never be forgotten. But if we had to go through another year of that, we would be exactly where Venezuela was in terms. I used to say, if they win, we're going to be Venezuela on steroids, and that's what would have happened.
President, thank you. Are you saying that Secretary Hegseth and Rubio are going to be running Venezuela, and will you be sending in U.S. military
troops to provide? They're going to be a team that's working with the people of Venezuela to make sure that we have Venezuela right. Because for us to just leave...
It's such a funny way to phrase it.
There is nobody to take over. You have a vice president who's been appointed by Maduro. And right now she's the vice president, and she's, I guess, the president. She was sworn in as president.
She's, I guess, the president.
A long conversation with Marco, and she said, we'll do whatever you need. I think she was quite gracious, but she really doesn't have a choice.
I mean, that does seem like a surrender at that point.
Just do this with Maduro, then leave like everybody else. Leave and say, let it go to hell. If we just left, it has zero chance of ever coming back. We'll run it properly. We'll run it professionally. We'll have the greatest oil companies in the world go in and invest billions and billions of dollars and take out money, use that money in Venezuela. And the biggest beneficiary are going to be the people of Venezuela. And also, I can't stress this strongly enough, the people that got thrown out of Venezuela that are now in the United States. And frankly, some want to stay and some probably want to go back. Yeah.
The country, and were any of the detained Americans?
Well, right now they're very protected because nobody's going to mess with us. They're very protected. The people of, and we let them know that you better not touch one of them.
Are you concerned that bad elements of the Maduro regime will remain in place?
Well, we know who they are. We're on them, and they're acting much differently now than they would have acted 2 days ago. Okay, wait, behind you, please.
Mr. President, why is running a country in South America America first?
Well, I think it is.
Because they have oil.
We want to surround ourselves with good neighbors. We want to surround ourselves with stability. We want to surround ourselves with energy. We have tremendous energy in that country. It's very important that we protect it. We need that for ourselves. We need that for the world. and we want to make sure we can protect it. Yes, sir. Please go ahead.
Yeah, is there a message here for Cuba and Diaz-Canel?
Well, Cuba is an interesting case. Cuba is, not doing very well right now. That system has not been a very good one for Cuba. The people there have suffered for many, many years. And I think Cuba is going to be something we'll end up talking about, because Cuba is a failing nation right now, very badly failing nation. And we want to help the people. It's very similar in the sense that we want to help the people in Cuba, but we want to also help the people that were forced out of Cuba and living in this country. Do you want to say something about that, Marco, please?
Well, I mean, I just gave you a statement a few minutes ago about, when the president speaks, you should take him seriously. So suffice it to say, Cuba is a disaster. It's run by incompetent, senile men, and in some cases, not senile, but incompetent nonetheless. It has no economy. It's in total collapse. And by the way, they were, all of the guards that helped protect Maduro, this is well known, their whole spy agency, all that were full of Cubans. I mean, it's amazing. This poor island took over Venezuela in some cases. One of the biggest problems the Venezuelans have is they have to declare independence from Cuba, that tried to basically colonize it from a security standpoint. So, yeah, look, if I lived in Havana and I was in the government, I'd be concerned, at least a little bit. Well, the president already announced a week ago that anything that's sanctioned, it's sanctioned oil, it's not going to be allowed to get there. So that's a pre-existing.
The answer is yes. Yes. No, we haven't. No, we haven't.
Mr. President. Mr. President, on Monday.
I think it would be very tough for her to be the leader. She doesn't have the support within, or the respect within the country. She's a very nice woman, but she doesn't have the respect to be the leader.
Mr. President, is it possible that the U.S. ends up administrating Venezuela for years?
Well,
that's what it sounds like, right?
Anything, because the money coming out of the ground is very substantial, so it's not going to cost us anything. We will.
It's not going to cost us. Yes. Yes is the answer.
We'll be surrounded by countries that aren't housing all of our enemies all over the world. That was happening, and you don't want to have that. But we're going to be rebuilding, and we're not spending money. The oil companies are going to go in. They're going to spend money. We're going to take back the oil that, frankly, we should have taken back a long time ago. A lot of money is coming out of the ground. We're going to get reimbursed for all of that. We're going to get reimbursed for everything that we spend. So it's going to be...
Are we going to be running it? We're not spending any money. No. But are we going to be controlling things? We're not spending any money. It pays for itself. Yes, but are we going to be running it? That's not the question.
It's going to be a very important... This is a very big evening that took place last night. We have to be surrounded by safe, secure countries. And we also have to have energy, very important. We have to have energy that's real energy, not where they're getting 4% and 5% of the energy out of the ground. You take a look, it was such a disaster. So what's going to happen with Venezuela, I think, over the next period of a year is going to be a great thing. And the people of Venezuela will be the biggest beneficiaries.
Going to send in U.S. military.
Mr. President, thank you. What did you last speak to Maduro about when you spoke? And is the
Well,
US
I don't want to get into the
Venezuela?
conversations, but I did have conversations with him, and I said, you got to surrender. And I actually thought he was pretty close to doing so, but now he wished he did, yeah.
You said that Maduro is responsible for drug trafficking. You recently pardoned the former president of Honduras, who was convicted of many drug trafficking. Can you explain how these two situations are different? And would you ever pardon Maduro?
I endorsed, as you know, the winning president, the man who won in Honduras. I endorsed the man who won in Chile. I endorsed the man who won in Argentina. And we are doing very well with that whole group. What the man that I pardoned was, if you could equate it to us, he was treated like the Biden administration treated a man named Trump. That didn't work out too well for them. This was a man who was persecuted very unfairly. He was the head of the country. He was persecuted very unfairly. And there are a number of them. And we felt that it was a very unfair situation that happened to him. He's also a party member of the man who won. So obviously the people liked what I did. And one of the reasons that was done is because of the fact that the party in power felt very strongly that that man was treated very badly. I studied it very quickly, and then I studied it in great detail. I went to a lot of the people standing behind me, and they felt that that man was persecuted and treated very badly. That's why I gave him a pardon.
You referenced boots on the ground earlier. Can you just sort of button this up? Do you envision the U.S. military having a presence in Venezuela as the U.S. runs that
Well,
country?
no, we're going to have a presence in Venezuela as it pertains to oil, because we have to have, we're sending our expertise in. So you may need something, not very much. But no, we're going to be taking out a tremendous amount of wealth out of the ground. And that wealth is going to the people of Venezuela and people from outside of Venezuela that used to be in Venezuela. And it goes also to the United States of America in the form of reimbursement for the damages caused us by that country. So I want to thank you all very much. Thank you. Do you have one? Yes, please. You were so nice before. I'm going to give you the final question. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr.
Unless
President.
it's a bad question, in
It's
which
about
case I'll
Putin.
go one word. It's about who?
It's about Putin, if you want.
About Putin. Well, that's
Okay.
always nice
You had
to
a
talk
phone-
about Putin.
You had a phone call with him
Yeah.
on Monday. Did he talk at all about Maduro? Did y'all talk about this?
No, we didn't.
And
We
then-
never spoke about Maduro.
Are you mad at him right now? I mean, there's this
I'm not
intelligence.
thrilled with Putin. I'm not thrilled with Putin. He's killing too many people. I thought that would be so. I settled 8 1/4 war. You know what the 1/4 was?
What?
Thailand and Cambodia. I did it
Oh my
again.
gosh, 8 1/4.
They broke out, and I did it in about 5 hours, and I settled it. I'm giving myself 1/4, so I'm up to now 8 1/4. In other words, I settled the war, but then they broke out. They had a pretty bad breakout over the last 4 days. I got them to go back to peace, so I only give 1/4. I thought the easiest one would be, one of the easier ones would be Russia, Ukraine. It's not, and they both have done some pretty bad things. And look, that's Biden's war. That's not my war. But I want to stop the lives. Did you see where last month, 30,000, it was 27,000 the month before. 30,000, mostly soldiers, were killed this last month. 30,000. I want to stop that. You know, I got NATO to pay 5% instead of the 2% that they weren't paying. They weren't paying 2, now they pay 5. And we send them a lot of munitions. We send them a lot of things, missiles and various other things, a lot. And they pay. The United States is not losing money. We're probably making money on that. It's the last thing I care about. I just want to stop all those people. We're losing 25, 30,000 human beings. They come from 2 places that are very far away. But if I can stop, because it's something I've been pretty good at doing, deals, I guess. It's all a deal. Life is a big deal. But if I can stop that war,
Life
stop
is a big deal.
30,000 young people, in addition to the fact that
I'm sorry, that's almost poetic. Life is a big deal.
people are being killed in Kiev, people are being killed in other cities throughout, a much smaller number, but they're being killed, viciously killed. So I'm not happy about it. I thought that would be something that would get solved. We have Mr. Witkoff here. I think that we're making progress, but that's a war that should have never happened. If I were president, it would have never happened. Putin says it. Everybody says it.
Heard this
if
one.
I were president, that would have never happened. But I inherited that war. That was Joe Biden, Zelensky, and Putin. I came into the situation, and it's a mess. And I will say this. I watched an operation last night that was so precise, that was so brilliant. I mean, it was incredible. If we had our people, like this general and our people involved, that war would not have gone on very long, that I can tell you. That war, to use an old term, that war has become a bloodbath, and we want it to get stopped. Thank you very much, everybody.
So I feel like mostly vague answers for the most part, and just like, oh, we did a perfect job, no casualties on our side. Some of the same type of vibe when we were bombing Iran. It just kind of came out, talked about how great we were, and back to business. I am curious to see how this shapes out, though. He's kind of somewhat dismissive of their vice president, now president, saying that, she was nominated, or, a Maduro pick, so she might not be good for the country or good for America's interests in the country.
Eve to me is
Eve.
Also, want to kind of think about all of this as it does continue to play out. What is next in the legal process? Where does this go from here? Does it differ from any other individual or individuals taken into custody on charges like this?
I think we can expect this to play out a lot like it did with Noriega in 1989. We will see Maduro be presented before a judge in federal court in New York City, where the charges will be read, and he will have a chance to make his plea, and then this will proceed to trial. This is a very high-profile defendant. There will be massive security considerations at issue, all of which will have to be resolved. Federal court is closed to cameras, close to media, so we will not be having the live images. There will be a lot of discussion about what's happening, but this will proceed like any other trial, except with a very high-profile defendant.
I know I've asked you this before, but as far as cameras in the courtroom, you were saying, of course, federal court does not allow that. We're not going to get inside. Now, we might get some sketches or something like that. How does, and this is kind of a more broad question, but how does having cameras in the courtroom actually impact the case in general? And
I'm sorry, I don't care about that at all. I don't care about that at all. This is just fluff and filler. Like, how do cameras affect, like, what the fuck are you talking about? Again, they just gotta fill the time.
The United States hit Venezuela with a large-scale strike early Saturday and said its president, Nicolas Maduro, had been captured and flown out of the country. Here's what to know. Multiple explosions and low-flying aircraft were seen in Caracas in the early hours of Saturday morning. Maduro's government immediately accused the US of an imperialist attack on civilian and military installations. US President Donald Trump posted on Truth Social that Maduro had been, along with his wife, captured and flown out of the country. He added that the operation was done in conjunction with US law enforcement. The apparent attack itself lasted less than 30 minutes. Trump said in his social media post that the strike was carried out successfully. It comes after the Trump administration has escalated pressure on Maduro, who has decried US military operations against alleged drug traffickers as a thinly veiled effort to oust him from power. It was not immediately clear who was running the country, and Maduro's whereabouts were not immediately known.
The many Americans, hundreds of thousands over the years of Americans died because of him.
No, we just
Maduro
saw this,
and his wife will soon face the full might of American justice and stand trial on American soil.
Can't imagine that goes too well for him. to Jazz for 1 minute. Using the bathroom. Oh, man. Tommy, would you say you're a fan of Maduro? Would you say you're a fan? Are you for or against Maduro? How do you feel about this? Like outside of America's intervention, just him as a person, as a leader. So you're just arguing for sort of argument's sake at this point, I take it. It's an interesting difference in time. My family was on food stamps years ago when I was a child, and the general sentiment was it was something you would keep to yourself. Whereas nowadays, and again, social media wasn't as prevalent back then, so maybe it's just a difference in the technology, but it does seem like people come out and talk about it much more often. And I know what Norton's talking to like the people that, I mean, kind of come out and are cringe about it. It's like, well, why are you saying all this stuff? So I don't know if it's social media just bringing it out of people more, giving people a platform to speak about it on, or if the sentiment towards food stamps or government assistance or what have you has kind of changed to where people just feel more comfortable talking about it. I do see the difference, though, from when I was younger and now. What that is, though, I'm not sure. That's interesting. You said partaking in government assistance should temporarily waive your ability to vote. Otherwise, people will just vote to increase government assistance. That's a conflict of interest. I see what you're saying, but I feel like it's a double-edged sword. Because then if you were a part of some ruling class, you could keep people poor, so they need assistance. Then they could never vote their interests, so everything always goes in your favor. So I see what you're saying on one end, but it also is kind of a conflict of interest for people that have resources as well. it could just snowball really badly in the other direction. So. Well, no, of course, yeah, no, I don't expect you guys to be able to address everything, and there is a character limit to the comments, I suppose. So you got to find yourself to the Discord. Don't pay taxes for that duration. No taxation without representation at all. No food assistance is meant for people who can't feed themselves because the owner class doesn't pay a wage that enables self-reliance. The movie version Starship Troopers. It's not an instruction manual on voting rights. Maybe not necessarily no taxes, but less taxes for sure. But then again, you're arguing that if you have no vote, well, yeah, if you have no vote, then I suppose you shouldn't pay taxes. Or I could see why you wouldn't want to, right? So, okay, how do you, or communism, self-reliance isn't a thing. It's what this great nation was founded on. What was your great nation founded on? And you said, okay, or Deneman. Then how do you solve a system that encourages people to not work at all and just feed off the tax money of those who do? That is kind of, that becomes sort of a problem when you consider something like UBI, because you're like, well, wait a second, if a bunch of people, or maybe not UBI, but something that covers all of your expenses, because even UBI at $1,000 a month or what have you, like that's obviously not enough to cover most people's expenses. But if there was something that, okay, you get housed, you get fed, you get all of these things, and there's no incentive for you, like what is the incentive for you to participate in the economy? If you could just get everything for free. Like there is that argument. I guess the question is how many people would just stop working and live like that? The economy could probably afford 1% of people to do that, maybe 2%, you know, some amount of people. But obviously if 50% of the population was just like, well, hey, I'm not going to work, you know, everything would crumble. So like, how do you balance that? You said your nation was founded on graping the owner class. Yours too. No, your nation wasn't founded on self-reliance, but having to pay a 1% tariff on tea. Norton, you're crazy. Your desire to be useful to other people, a lot would stop working. Well, what I'm saying is, do you think that would, because again, we don't have a perfect system of if you don't work, like every single thing gets covered in every single scenario. Everybody's situation is different, and some people get more benefits, some people get less benefits. Some places are more expensive to live, some places are less expensive to live. But in a scenario where, let's just say, you're completely covered in most to like every scenario, would you see a bunch of people just quitting their jobs and then not going back to work, or not going into certain, because this is another thing, and I think I've talked to you about this before. There's a bunch of jobs that I would say are probably less desirable than other jobs. So how do you get people to work those jobs? Well, if they're necessary jobs, then you raise the wage of those jobs to get people to work them. And if they're unnecessary jobs, I guess they just kind of disappear. Or you hope that there's people willing to work for less. But if there was no need to work for less, or no need, not even to work for less, because this is good because I guess it could force companies to have to pay more. But if there was just a job that generally people didn't want to do, and they're like, well, I don't have to do the job, or there's no incentive to doing the job, like I could live without the job. I guess at that point the incentive would be, because even at that point you could still make the job pay more. So the incentive would be you'd be making more money in this system, and I guess have more stuff. I just worry about, because we've talked about it when we said you were saying something about how like to organize labor, and basically everybody would have access to education, everybody would have access to basically any job they want to do. And I was like, well, if that's the case, then what if for whatever reason in some area a bunch of people decided not to be garbage men, but you need garbage men, otherwise the society is going to collapse if people aren't collecting garbage and, you know, taking it to a dump or something. So what would you do in that scenario to make sure that there's not a labor shortage? And you pointed out, well, there's labor shortages in capitalism. And it's like, well, sure, but there's an answer to a labor shortage in capitalism. At least one answer is, well, raise the wage. But in a system where everything is being organized by the government, all the jobs are kind of doled out. Or I guess they're not doled out at this point. You're saying you have a choice. But once the choice creates, creates situations where there's not enough labor for a certain industry, the government would have to step in and force people to work those jobs. So I don't know. I feel like the conversation is similar to the, if you pay people to stay at home, would people work? Some won't do work, as I've said before, from each according to their ability is a thing. Well, I guess in this case, I mean, Dan, man, I guess on average, you'd still make more money as a garbage man, and I guess have a higher standard of living is the idea, because they'd still pay garbage men more in a system where there's still money and, you know, a company sets the wage. So tell us the great accomplishments China has made to humanity. I might be wrong about this one. It might be fake news, but fireworks, if I'm not mistaken, was China. So before we get ahead of ourselves here, we kind of have to recognize. The 4th of July would not be the same. Avocado has finally ripened, so I'm able to make some guacamole. I'm gonna make some chips. It's gonna be amazing. Humans suck. No system works for everyone. We wind up arguing about who sucks less. True. Has anybody here been to China? I hear you guys talking about China and stuff. See, the issue is, it's like on one hand, it's like you hear about systems where it's like, well, these people have free healthcare, so it must be great. But then, you know, you hear other people say, well, yeah, we have free healthcare, but, you know, the wait lines can be long and this, that, and the third, we might not get the care we need. So I don't know. I feel like the grass is always greener. And of course, we should incrementally or just always be working towards making things better. But I think there's probably a lot of situations where if you don't know the nuance of things, the grass is always greener. When that might not necessarily be the case. There's probably pros and cons to a lot of things. So, again, I've never been to China, never lived in China, don't know anybody that I could talk to about, like, hey, what's it like to live in China? How do you feel about this, that, and the third, you know? Not to say, like, don't look at the system and try to learn something from it, though. Sorry, I'm just cutting up this damn avocado. I've been waiting for this thing to ripen for so long. You could definitely make them last a lot longer in the fridge. I did not expect it to last as long as it did. Just do the math. Hey, what's going on, Steve Duke? Ignore the narratives and agendas. Speaking of, you know, Dan DeMan, fuck you. You said speaking of doctors, is Astro all right? I appreciate you for checking in, bro. Yeah, we're cutting this avocado up. We're getting it all mushed up. I'm gonna get these tortillas. I'm gonna put some oil in the pan, and I might drag you guys into the kitchen with me here. I just brought my avocado in here in my bowl, and I'm sitting here mashing it up. But I'm gonna put some tortillas and some oil in a pan. I'm gonna fry them up, make some chips, a little bit of guac. It's gonna be fucking beautiful. Anyway, but back to arguing about economic systems, please. Let us not get distracted. I don't know if you guys can hear the chopping. I'm chopping it up. Actually, I'm gonna try something. Well, let me see. Can I? Let me see if this works. I'm gonna hop in the Discord on my phone, put the Discord on the stream, then I could talk into my phone on the stream while I'm in the kitchen without having to, you know, move my computer into the kitchen. I didn't realize I was gonna get like this in depth with the food, but I just, every time I say, oh yeah, the avocado's ripe, I'm not gonna mess with it. I'll do that later. I'll do that next time. It's a failure and I lose an avocado. So I don't wanna pass up this moment. Oh, no, it won't work. Damn it. Well, I'll be right back. Okay, anywho. There we go. Boom.
You know, life is like trick or treat, and that's all.
Exactly. Is this how we celebrate the invasion of South America? Listen, I can't speak to the timing of the avocados ripening. All right. It just so happened to fall out this way, okay?
You really want advice?
You have to remember, not everybody in chat is celebrating, right? Some people are very torn up, okay?
And you will be fine.
And yes, the guacamole is actually very good. I wish I had more. I also wish I would have had a chance to throw it in the fridge. I just like cut up the avocado and made it real quick. I wish it was like a little chili, but it is what it is. Wait, communist should change his name to socialist?
You know, life is like trick or treat.
Wait, capitalist demanded 120 hours a week. Wait, what? Or Marxism, perhaps. Mm. 0 hours a week. How does that work? Said forced unions into the governing structure. Isn't that kind of what a political party is in a sense? I don't know if that's necessarily the answer to everything, but that's why cats like that. They ruled the inside of the house. I mean, they're just, you know, cat size. And I like big dogs, but the dogs do not mess with the cats. They ran the house. Well, Kami, when you like define things like that, you're like, parties are meant to oppress people. I just don't know if that definition everybody would agree with. It just seems like an organization, like the organization of a party, is very similar to what you're saying with organizing a union for governance. But just saying one is a good union and one is a bad union. One is a political party and one is a union. I don't know if that's like a great distinction. You said it's who oppresses who. Why do we have to oppress people? Why are you obsessed with oppressing people? But a party couldn't be class specific? Anyway, it's whatever. It's, I guess, not really important. Just seems like there's a fine line there, I guess, in your mind between a party and a union. It seems like the only difference is like the name at this point. No worries, Norton. I guess I'm not seeing the distinction, Kami. Because you said unions in work. Maybe I'm mistaken. I thought you said in work or labor and also in governance. So I said unions and governance sounds like a party. Are you saying that unions and governance don't have any sort of, like, the union is not interested in gaining political power? But wouldn't a union and the government care about getting political power? Isn't that like the whole reason, to be a representation of the workers in this case? No representation for the workers, but yeah, whatever. So communism sounds like a biker gang. It seems like they don't like cars. What about Tommy? How do you feel about motorcycles? But a bicycle, apparently because you do the work yourself, that's acceptable. So at the very least, a bicycle gang. At the very least. Okay, well, that was really good. I just devoured that. I went super hard. Same as with cars. I missed some of your guys' damn chats because I had the wrong chat open. Damn. My fault. So while America has found a system that is placed it at the head of the world, superpowers, and it's all bad and wrong. I think that's what you're missing. Imagine how much further we would be with communism, right? Capitalism also works. You just got to do it right, but never get to a stable point. Or, invasions like Ukraine wouldn't be necessary to break open new markets for the owners. Yes, because the worker is in America. Workers isn't America. The oligarchs are America. I don't care about the top. I want nations to cease existing. Capitalism survives because it accounts for folks not doing right with competition. Nice. With American workers jumping off of buildings. Yes, Tony B, I agree. There could be peace everywhere, and somebody will be like, well, my peace is better than your peace, and then they'll start fighting over it. It's rather unfortunate. Unfortunately, I must now become a worker. Talk to y'all later. Take care, Dandaman. He must become a slave to the owning class. Yeah, take it easy, Mom. We should look up, yeah, let's find some North Korean streamers. Maybe they stream, but it's only within their country. Maybe the firewalls, you know, keep us from seeing and keep them from broadcasting out. Maybe they have a very large streaming population and industry and whatnot, and a bustling entertainment sphere. Tony B's trying to play some chess. Your floor is in hell. People jumping off the buildings is not some benchmark. I mean, I think it is a decent, you know, rough benchmark. It's like, okay, if people were jumping out of buildings, that would be bad. You'd be able to point to that. Like, Kami, if people were jumping out of buildings, you would instantly point to that. You'd say, look at all these people jumping out of buildings because, you know, the economy is so bad or because capitalism is so bad. So at least they're not jumping out of buildings. Now, is that a plus? Opioids. You're saying that everybody is what? Just drugged so they're not self-deleting? So not freely streaming then, because I've seen one from Japan, France, Germany, Indonesia, and so on. Yeah, no, definitely. Maybe they're just not interested in participating in the global conversation, you know? Yeah, drop it in the Discord, bro. I mean, if you're Steve Duke, if your choice is between those two things, I mean, I guess go with communist, right? Yo, Kami, weren't we talking about North Korea at some point? You were like giving me some facts and figures or whatever. I don't know. You were making it sound like North Korea is not as bad as it sounds. Do you know of any North Korean streamers or content creators? I imagine there must be some. You said most certainly, yes. NKTV. Is that on YouTube? See, they probably got streamers and gamers and all the stuff. Oh, someone else committing. Okay, yeah. Okay, yeah, no, I see what you're saying. Yes, I see what you're saying. I thought you meant the choice was between communism and you know, ending yourself. And I'm like, well, I mean, at that point, maybe give communism a try, I guess, you know? I mean, if all else has failed, right? I was looking up NKTV. I found a martial arts channel so far. This might be a news channel of some sort. Well, it's not really giving Korean. More of like an Indian vibe. Wait, what? Oh. All right, Kami dropped a source in the Discord. Apparently this is a North Korean streamer. I just looked him up. I mean, they have the same profile picture as what you sent me. I don't know. We're just gonna pull this up and see what it's about here. So this is Korean Central Television. If I had to guess, this looks like not necessarily real people, but probably Roblox characters. But let's give it a try. Kim Young-bok is in attendance. Yul Jong-un is in attendance. It's very lively. Are there any other Korean streamers that you know about? I mean, this is great, don't get me wrong. This is my favorite. Okay, wow. So there you guys go. If you enjoyed that, that was Korean Central Television. Go check them out. They do what you just saw, right? Now, would you say that the other link you sent is better than that or worse than that? Like, which of these two was better? The other one you sent was Urimin Zokiri, English translation. I don't even know, like, I don't want to click on the link, basically, is how I feel right now. Wait, is this? Hold up. Did you post it in the Discord, or did you just DM it? Wait, what is this one? Oh, that's something else. You don't care about either. So you're saying that they're of equal quality. I saw a chick that escaped Joe Rogan to North Korea. No, I'm just kidding. I saw a chick on Joe Rogan that escaped North Korea, and she said it fucking sucks over there. They eat grasshoppers to avoid starving to death. Yikes. Now, how do you know it's not a psyop? Deep fried grasshopper? Because I was gonna say, don't people just eat grasshoppers in some places?
These are the three craziest laws in North Korea. In the capital of North Korea, the government made it illegal to laugh during the 17th and the 27th of December.
Wait, what?
December 17th is the anniversary of the death of a former North Korean leader. So for 10 days, the government bans laughing, alcohol, and even shopping.
Well, what happens if you get caught?
According to reports, you're taken away and never seen again.
Oh man, I need to get rid of this stuff.
The North Korean Workers' Party has also banned jeans.
Jeans? Why would they ban jeans?
Because they see jeans as a symbol of Western culture. They also ban sunglasses and white wedding dresses. If you're caught wearing any of those, you could face up to 5 years in prison or worse.
Worse?
Yep, the government of North Korea enforces kin punishment. It means if you break the law, they punish your family too.
Wait, so if I screw up, my dad can go to prison?
Even worse, they'll punish 3 generations, which means you, your dad, and even your grandfather.
Wow, how can I learn more about these crazy laws?
Are you subscribed?
No.
This was Law by Mike over on YouTube. If you enjoyed that, check out Law by Mike. I don't know, I just typed in North Korea. I can't speak to the validity of it. I mean, he's wearing a suit, so I don't know that you can lie if you're wearing a suit.
These are the 3 craziest laws in North Korea. In the capital of North Korea.
Talking, dude.
This is what North Korea looks like in 2025. They just allowed tourists in the country for the first time in 5 years, but Americans are still banned. So
that would be oh, never mind. I was gonna say that would be a fun stream. Let's go to North Korea, but then I guess Americans are banned, so never mind.
Sent my friend from Latvia there to see what it looks like, and she was shocked. But the craziest thing is what happened to her later that night. So just like when I visited 10 years ago, all foreigners have to be with official guides at all times, and you can't leave your hotel or do anything outside of the pre-arranged, government-approved itineraries. But there's a secret way that you can explore on your own without breaking any laws. If you run in the Pyongyang Marathon, you can go for a morning run outside of your hotel without a tour guide.
Look, there's literally no one around me. Just me.
But if you miss breakfast, they will look for you. After breakfast, they take you to different monuments in Pyongyang, and you have to bring flowers and bow in front of the main statue. After a tour of the city, you can buy a propaganda poster in the gift shop, and they take you for lunch and then dinner and drinks. But she couldn't believe what happened after dinner.
It's Friday evening, about 9 p.m. We're casually walking on the streets. And right as we walked on that street, it suddenly started to play Korean music really loudly. Is that a coincidence? Or was it just for us to impress? We'll never know.
Seems like a fun place. Guilt by association, not kin punishment. You still have to be found guilty. That seems like a huge distinction. I was gonna look for that Joe Rogan clip that you were talking about with I feel like I've seen part of that interview.
The Joe Rogan Experience.
So you were 13 when you and your family, was it you and your mother that escaped?
Yeah.
How did you get out?
So that hospital, right? Initially, my sister and I was gonna escape, but when North Koreans say when you are escaping, of course we don't have phones, we don't have a map, we don't know what's the outside world look like.
Right.
Luckily, I was living in this border town of North Korea by then. So at night, if you see the satellite photo of North Korea, it is literally the darkest place on earth.
Yes.
We don't have electricity. So I was seeing these lights coming from China. So I thought like if I go where the lights were, we would be finding some bowl of rice. So at 16, my sister left.
She said they would what?
China. So I thought like if I go where the lights were, we would be finding some bowl of rice. So at 16, my sister left with her friend, and she left me a note while I was in the hospital and got removing my appendix. And then as soon as I got out of the hospital, I found a note. And initially, my mom and I went to look for sister where she went. But when we found the lady, she told me that she could help me to go to China that day.
And so this was you and your mother, and you were 13 years old.
Yeah.
So how did you get across, and what was that experience like?
So so I told my mom like come with me to China, and my mom was like, father is like, my father was home, he was waiting, but the thing is that the tragic thing for North Korea is we cannot even say goodbye to our loved ones. So if we got caught on the journey, and if my father knew that we were escaping, he's gonna be punished so much. So it's better off that he does not know that we are escaping for his own safety. Because they're going to torture you to the point that you're going to say anything. Because they do this all subconscious torture that they make you not sleep. In a single room has no air, much air. If you put there for 40 days alone, you go crazy. You say whatever they ask you. So if he actually knew that we were escaping, it wouldn't good for him. He would be dead.
I just feel like even if you don't know at that point, they could just kind of torture you until you say you knew. So it's kind of seems like a lose-lose regardless.
So I told him, I'm like, you cannot tell father that we are escaping. So that day we climbed up this several mountains. And then we went to the riverside, but she had a connection with the guards.
Why did you not bring him with you?
Because he's a man and he was sick. And somehow she said only women can go.
Yo, Kami, I love how instead of being like, wow, if this story is true, that's really bad. If people are tortured and treated like this and you're imprisoned like this, that's bad. But instead of saying that, you say, boo-hoo, go fuck yourself. The CIA is worse or some shit. It's just like, you really like North Korea. It's just very odd to me. It's a very weird take.
Only women can go.
I did not know what she meant.
I mean, she could be full of shit. That's the thing. It's like she could be, you know what I mean? Just doing a media tour. Maybe she's about to sell a book. I don't fucking know. But it's just like if you take it on face or you take it for, what she's saying, it's kind of shitty. But just to be like, oh, boo-hoo, you didn't have electricity. The CIA does the same thing. It's like, so are you saying what the CIA does is good? Are we saying that torture is good?
She's like, you should just go with your mom. And don't even tell those people that's your mom. She said, you are 18 or something. And my mom was something 30. So she told me that our age was different.
So, and this would somehow or another help you when you were going across?
Yeah.
How would that help you?
I don't know. All she told me was this is going to be helpful. And
well, part of the issue is in China, there's a disproportionate number of men in comparison to women.
Yeah.
And so they want as many women to come across as that are of legal age, like women that can be married or can, right? Is that the idea behind it?
It's a smuggling. So you got it right. Because of one child policy,
right?
A lot of girls got aborted in China. So they kept the boys. Now,
so there's many men that have no chance of ever finding a woman because there are no women.
Yeah, over 30 million men in the rural areas cannot find wives. So they
And that have no chance of ever finding a woman because there are no women.
yeah, over 30 million men in the rural areas cannot find wives.
Jeez.
So they over 30 million, and its number gonna keep going up right now. So that's a big problem for Chinese.
Bro, that's like a Call of Duty lobby or something, right? But you're living it in real life.
Regime. But the thing is, even that, they don't allow North Korean women to stay there. They catch us, and they send us back to North Korea. Last month, China repatriated 50 North Korean defectors back to North Korea.
So you're not safe if you make it to China. You still have to, like, keep moving, it seems.
It's sending them Auschwitz. Literally, they are sending them to death camp. But the Chinese regime still do catch us and send us back because they think we are posing a threat to the regime, and they don't want the regime to collapse. So they are catching all the defectors. But the human traffickers seize the opportunity here because we are so vulnerable, right? We are running away from Chinese authority. So even they rape us and kill us, the last place that we are going to go is going to police and then report on them.
Why did they think that women coming over from North Korea are going to somehow or another collapse the empire?
Because that's what Kim Jong-un believes. He thinks they're going to collapse through the defection, through the defectors. So after Kim Jong-un came into power, the country cannot afford the electricity. Probably electrify the fence the entire border. Not only that, putting the machine guns with the guards, have a shoot to kill order. Whoever crosses, they don't even bother to ask you stop. They shoot you right there. And not only that, he buried the landmines on top of that.
So there's electric fence, and then there's guards shooting to kill, and then past that there's landmines.
Yeah. And
jeez. Yeah. Yikes. Is that on both borders? I mean, I imagine that would be on the Korean border, but I mean, was she speaking of the Chinese border?
Entire country became a concentration camp. Entire country.
When did they start putting the landmines in?
A few years ago.
So this is after you had already escaped.
Yeah. Now there's you don't see North Korean defectors escaping from North Korea anymore. It's impossible to escape at this point.
Catch new.
Jeez. Hey. Now, of course, she could be completely full of shit. North Korea could be Wakanda, just disguising itself so the rest of the world doesn't come in and try to steal their technology. It's possible. But if what she's saying is true, that's pretty fucked, you know? It's pretty fucked. And the landmines are American in origin. I'm so over this. Kami, it's just like, you're missing the forest for the tree, my guy. I don't think she ever said North Korea doesn't have electricity. Have you been to North Korea, Kami? Because I haven't. Yo, shut up, Steve. Oh my god. I sold them myself. Oh my gosh. Great, now I'm just getting a bunch of North Korean videos on my feed. I don't know, man. I just think, you know, anybody that's socialist or communist or anything like that, any country that controls the means of production, you just have a hard on for. That's what I think. Regardless of what they do, you like them. Like if it turns out it's a communist economy or government and everything, and they happen to have concentration camps, death camps, re-education camps, it's a pretty good balance for you. In fact, it seems as though you probably like it, because like if I asked you in your like perfect society or in your society, it's like, okay, let's just say communism is winning out, but there's a bunch of capitalists around, and there's like a democracy, so people vote and stuff. So the capitalists are starting to win. They're starting to kind of come up. What do you do with those capitalists? Do you allow capitalists in like a democratic system to take control if people vote for it? Or do you re-educate those capitalists? Do you put them in places to re-educate them, right? And if you say you re-educate them, then you're pretty much saying that communism, the ends justify the means. And as long as it's this type of system, they could kind of do whatever they want. Oh, gulag. See, you see what I'm saying? So it's like, it's just like, yeah, it's like this place could be absolutely horrible, but you'd be like, oh, that's okay. I saw a flying saucer myself, and it wasn't like the one I see on YouTube. Did you get a picture? They're not hard to make. Landmines, the Vietnamese. My lord. Kind of like too little too late, especially affecting people because they care so much for their workers, question mark. The truth works, that will do. I'd re-educate them on the horrors that the Trail of Tears was, and so... Okay, whatever, dude. I just, yeah. Again, this just evolves into whatever. It's sort of like, oh yeah, no, I totally admit they do atrocities, but communism, right? Is kind of your answer, so it's like, oh, okay, you just don't care. But then it's like, if you don't care, then don't get mad when capitalists do shit. It's like, oh, well, it doesn't matter if North Korea and their people do it. Well, then don't be mad at the CIA for doing it. I guess, is that your point? Is it just nothing matters? I'm eating some tough potato. Like, I thought I cooked them enough. Sure. Now, but what we just gathered, you said nothing matters but humans having a chill time. Capitalism doesn't facilitate that. It's like, okay. Now, where I live, it feels as though I have a lot of freedoms. However, the videos we just watched on North Korea, assuming that they're true, assuming that they're just 50% true, it would seem as though these people are having a less than desirable time, right? So could you at least grant that in some cases, maybe capitalism or a society that is operating under capitalism might have a better quality of life than another place that's under communism? Not to say that it's always the case. I'm sure there's capitalisms that are terrible and communisms that are great, but communism isn't in and of itself better than capitalism in every single iteration of its form. Can we agree on that? And yes, I'm moving my hand a lot. Because if it's just like, oh, capitalism is always bad in every single way, at every single point in time, no matter how it's implemented, any form of ownership, private ownership, is bad, and communism is good in every instance, no matter how it kind of falls out, then I think that's just a ridiculous position. Oh, well, there you go. Define quality of life. We don't have to define quality of life. As long as you just have to acknowledge that communism can be worse. Then it's like, okay, cool. I mean, obviously, quality of life is such a nebulous topic because you literally just said, oh, boo-hoo, they don't have electricity. So, your concept of quality of life, I mean, you'd probably be happy if people had a cabin, no electricity, and we just lived on, like, a farm. Like, everybody just lived on farms again or something. Which is fine. That's not, like, some people like living like that, but I don't think we have to revert back a century or multiple centuries here. Oh yeah, I think capitalism takes it to its end. It's either falls apart or only like a handful of parties or one party wins and kind of owns everything. So it kind of has to crumble or like redistribute or something, break apart, or somehow restructure. Otherwise, you're in a perpetual system where a smaller and smaller and smaller and smaller group owns everything, and that can become very problematic. But that's the point. It somehow gets through crisis rather smoothly. Right, because it could react quicker. And like some pieces of it will fail, but as long as there's enough pieces and it all doesn't fail, you survive. Whereas if everything's centralized, you know, the central apparatus fails, everybody dies. So it facilitates these crises and pats itself on the back for shoveling another billion to some rich dude and calling that a solution. In some cases it might, but in some cases, or I mean, facilitate the crisis. In some cases, they're just crises. But is that to say that communism has never facilitated a crisis or crisis? I don't know. I just feel like you lob a lot of criticisms at capitalism that a lot of the time can just be turned around right back onto communism. It's like nothing is perfect, but to say basically all of capitalism is bad just seems just dishonest. Just like I don't say all of communism is bad. Like the idea of organizing society in a way that everybody has something, resources are utilized efficiently, it's not a terrible idea. You know what I mean? Like in principle, but how you actually administer that and what that kind of means for a person's labor or what a person is able to achieve or get or whatever, whether a person has to work for somebody else without receiving the compensation that they want. Well, that exists in capitalism. Well, yes, but then you have different companies or different places you could go to try to get a better wage or whatever. Well, it's all just a system. They own everything, so you're stuck in a box. But it's like that's the same thing with communism. But you're just subject to the group. You're subject to. It's like you don't want to be under the ruling class, but you want to give all of the power to a ruling class. But it's better because it's communism. It's better because it's run by the workers. But you're centralizing all the power. So it's like the people that are in control of it, you're going to be subject to. And now they have more control. It seems counterintuitive to me. It's just like government is bad and elites are bad unless it's under communism, and in that case they're good. So let's just cede them all the power because they're communists, so they can never be bad. So it'll always be good. It's just, what are you talking about? It's just like you're mad that one party has all of the power, the ruling class. So you're like, well, let's just give this other party, because they're just evil. The ruling class, the capitalists are just evil people. So if we just take the power away from the evil people and give it to the good people, then everything will be good. And it's like, well, I don't know if that works like that. why I'm like breaking my neck to read this when I could like put it on the screen or something. I'm like breaking my neck. Oh, we're hitting hammers on the head. I hope so. Shit, unless you're holding it backwards. Nah. Main issue is FDA, Big Pharma. These fuckers are poisoning us. Nobody cares. Yeah, right. We're eating microplastics and shit. No, you're right. The difference, as I said, is who shafts whom. Worker fucking worker is better than some dude shafting workers and then having no reprisal measure. Yes, correct. You hit the hammer on the head. The Cubans have crisis. It's what will happen no matter what. No plan for it. It will destroy you. You are subject to entropy. Capitalism facilitates those. Blah, blah, blah. Communists have facilitated crisis as well. Hammer and sickle. Lol. And then commie is like, which? Point to a crisis that communism has ever facilitated. I just feel like the centralization of it all, just pros and cons, but you are subjecting yourself to even more power being over your head. Like you're giving like a longer sword to these people that are just holding it over your head. And you're just hoping that it ends up working in your favor. But if it doesn't, you're completely fucked.
Experience on YouTube.
Oh, I just poked myself in the eye. This is why I wear glasses. 99%. Wait, Great Famines of China and Russia. Come on, man. Gaslighted will be interesting. 99% chance it's reactionary, fucking up and dragging each other down. Wait, what? Every country sucks in a unique way. Mwah, chef's kiss. I think the self-criticism is important, though. I mean, can you point to any fuck-ups of communism? Because if you're just saying it's just so perfect and it's just not fucked up in any way and it's never been fucked up, then why is it not winning? And then a lot of times it seems like you blame capitalism for communism not being as successful or as prominent in the world. But again, I think that speaks to the system in and of itself. If the system cannot survive within like the ecosystem of the world, is that a great system? You're basically saying there has to be globalism. There has to be a one world government. Because if there's any other government that stands against communism, then communism will just crumble. Because, well, capitalists, they pulled the strings and they caused it all to crumble. Well, it's like, well, shit. I mean, well, why can't the communists pull the string and make capitalism crumble? Why is it so one-sided? Is one just better at that? Oh my gosh. I took my eye out. It's a freezing cold war. A freezing cold war. Yeah, who starves in the first world? I'm so confused. Because if you're saying that the first world has its own people starving, I'd ask where. If you're saying that the first world facilitates other places starving, then I would ask you, where does communism feed other places or whatever? You know what I'm saying? It's, again, I just feel like all of the criticisms could be just lobbied back at yourself. And again, not to say capitalism is perfect. Obviously, it has its faults. We all know it's kind of like a funnel. That's how it works. You know, the money goes up. You know, these people own most of everything, so the money kind of just keeps going up. We kind of get that. Nobody's going to argue you on that. But it's just, to say it's bad in every single way, I think is just a little dishonest. But Kami, if they, okay, you're saying, okay, they bought stuff to help them develop. Isn't that what America's doing with Venezuela right now? Like literally, Trump is trying to do the exact thing that you're talking about the USSR doing. Go into Venezuela and invest in their oil industry. I think so you and Trump are so you guys are in agreement here. My whole point to saying that is like, yeah, you could frame things in a lot of different ways. I just feel like whether a communist person does it or a nation or a capitalist nation, where they do the same thing, you would frame one way and frame the other a different way. You would frame one as good, you'd frame one as bad. Based solely on whether or not they check the box of capitalist or communist. If they're communist, it's for the greater good. If they're capitalist, then it's for the ruling class to hold down the proletariat, the bourgeoisie, or the evil. I just talked for like 10 fucking minutes. There is a rewind button, so go for it. Come again, the fuck? No. I've been well satisfied. Well, first, the USA has to build up. Like they said, they weren't producing enough. So they're going to go over there and help them produce more. That's where it starts. Then they're going to sell it to other countries. You see what I'm saying? It's the same thing. Well, I didn't hear anything about barring the trade with the neighbors. Like, which neighbors? Who are we talking about? Are you talking about Cuba? Like, who are we talking about? Also, controlling supply and demand, I mean, that's important, right? If you're trying to make some profits. My point is, I mean, because I feel like, again, you're missing the forest here for the tree, is, yeah, you could frame things in a lot of different ways. Yeah, Tony B, I know it's yeah. I'm kind of with you. It is an invasion, it's an overthrowing, it's a takeover, it's all this, it's all that. But you could also say we're helping them. We're building them up. We're making Venezuela great again. You could just frame it in different ways. It doesn't fucking matter. As long as the end result is something positive for America at the end of the day, or positive for the ruling class, or positive for somebody, right? You could spin it and sell it to everybody in any fucking way. So you could say the USSR did this and this and this and this because they're so good, but there could be some other ulterior motive to doing those things. And it's just like, if you always give the benefit of the doubt to communism, but you never give the benefit of the doubt to capitalism, then it just seems very biased to me. Is like the point that I'm trying to make, the overall broad point here. But again, we're missing it because you're just going to keep going into these nuances and say, well, they did this because of this thing, and you can point to this bad thing that capitalism did for bad reasons, and it's just like, okay, whatever, dude. It's like, everybody is self-interested, okay? I don't believe in this collectivism, communist bullshit where it's like people are not looking out for their own self-interest. Even if they're working within this framework or system of communism and preaching that shit, I assume it's for their own self-interest. That's just what it is. I am biased, correct. Okay, well, there you go. I mean, obviously. But again, it's just being able to have a conversation is much more interesting when you can do more than just acknowledge the bias, but be able to sort of maybe set it aside or just entertain ideas or analyze things from different viewpoints or perspectives. Not always, well, capitalism bad, owning class bad. The owning class and capitalism is the source of every single problem in the world. It's the source of all your problems. Money is bad. Nations are bad. Borders are bad. Everything, the whole system, everything that governs the world, all the rules and laws, everything is bad. And it's like you are subject to this system, and it's like you can do nothing about it besides essentially just off yourself. I mean, that's just what it feels like at a certain point. I don't even, is that me getting mad? It's just like, again, it just feels like very circular conversations. And I think that's what is frustrating. It's just everything just circles back to the same thing. There's this giant system, you can't beat it. I mean, or you're going to say you could beat it, but the only way to beat it is to unionize and fight for the next 100 generations to try to overthrow it and put in what? Well, put in something that somebody else governs, because these other people are going to govern in your best interest, and it's all going to work out, and it's never going to not work out. Like, get the fuck out of here. Like, no, people are self-interested and greedy as fuck. I don't care if you have a hammer and sickle behind you, you have an American flag behind you. I don't give a fuck. Like, I don't really trust you. You know what I'm saying? Like, you're probably going to look out for yourself. You're going to look out for your family. You're going to look out for your friends. You're going to look out for your neighbors. You're going to look out for your community. In that order. That's the order that most people, I think, are going to act. And if I'm not a part of one of those things, if I'm not somewhere in that decision tree, you don't give a fuck about me. And that's if I go by that logic, most of the time, I'm probably going to be fucked over less, or at least be able to anticipate who is more likely to fuck me over. And I don't care if you're a communist, or this, or that, or the third. Because at the end of the day, you could have all of these ideals and shit, but when the fridge is empty and you're fucking hungry and somebody else has some food, I don't care about your ideals. You're probably gonna go steal that person's food and eat that shit. If you have to kill them, you probably will. If it's your life versus theirs, okay? So, I mean, that's just what it is. Read some books. And then he leaves. Oh my gosh. God damn it, Kami. Oh, coffee. He's getting energized. Cheers. My coffee's running low. I probably drink way too much coffee. I bought this big ass can of coffee. I drink like half of it in a week, maybe a week.
Think about it right now. Everything's okay. No matter where you find yourself.
Oh yeah, no, I mean, I've run into plenty of people with the beliefs. Again, it's this idea that one side is always bad and the other side is always good, and I don't know. It's just silly. The Art of War and Fireworks. Yeah, let's blow up the moon, guys. Let's see what's inside of it. It's hollow, right? Oh. Hollow moon theory. Next. You're saying it's bad, it just brings the worst and the best out of people. Nah, I hear you. Like I said, I think it's a lot of the conversations when it comes around like capitalism, communism shit. It just feels very... just beaten, just like it's just a dead horse. I don't know. That's what it feels like to me. It's just this never-ending just circle of just... I don't know, man. It's like the systems are bad and life sucks and oh my gosh, you know, these people own everything and the only way to stop them is to go and kill all the rich people and take their shit. I mean, it's just after like, I mean, I don't know. I can only hear that for so long before it's like, okay, bro, I get it. Like, I get it. We gotta get rid of all the owning class. We gotta kill them all. It's like, I'm kind of good on that though. Because at the end of the day, that's what you're saying. I mean, at the end of the day, I'm not saying kill them, I'm saying take their stuff. Well, what happens if they try to stop you from taking their stuff? Re-educate them. What if they try to stop you from doing that? I mean, it's like, logically, everything leads to killing them, essentially, at some point or another. And it's like, again, after just so much time of hearing it, like, over and over again, it's like, okay, well, yeah. I'm not about to run out there. I think I'd rather just try to make a bag than run out there and try to start, you know, murdering rich people. You know, I'm not trying to be like, who is it, Luigi Maggioni or whatever. I am not over here like saying, oh yeah, let's go shoot CEOs because that's somehow going to make the world a better place. Say operate in the system and just try to win, and then use the power that you obtain in the system to make changes to the system. Yes, it's going to be incremental because that's just how that kind of works. And yes, you're going to have enemies. You're going to have people that are working in their own self-interests, and their self-interests might go against your self-interests. And you could say your self-interests aren't self-interested and you're actually altruistic, but it doesn't matter. It's still a self-interest. So if somebody else's, you know, conflicts with yours, then you have to deal with that. It's like there could be like 10 different people that think what they're going to do is going to help everybody, and they could all be in disagreement with each other about which one to do. You know what I'm saying? Some of them could be wrong, some of them could be right. They're probably not all right. They're probably not all wrong. I don't know why I still have that lighter. I will like hold on to a lighter for the longest period of time, even though it doesn't work. I don't know why I do that. I think it's because it still has liquid in it, but the damn freaking not creating a spark. So I'm like, I'm gonna save it because I'll use the spark from another one. I'm not gonna waste the liquid, but then I always reach for it and it doesn't work. I'm like, fuck, why do I still have this? I was hoping we were gonna get the alien news drop last year, but I don't know, maybe this year, maybe the government will finally come out and just be like, guys, they're here, Exactly. Whoever has the most boom boom. Exactly. Yeah, I really need to stop it. I had some matches, but I used them all. I like using matches if I can. Really, I need to just get a candle. Generally, I'll just have a candle lit, and then that works so well. You don't have to keep relighting shit. What's a freedom stick? What did you miss? Nothing really. I mean, I think we've had a very chill conversation about the merits of communism and capitalism. Now we're talking about, oh yeah, boom boom, might makes right. Oh, a freedom stick. Is that what you mean by freedom stick? I don't know what I was like, I don't know what I was thinking. I was thinking of like a stick, and I'm like, a freedom stick. I think Kami said he was getting coffee. I swear he said, did you say give me 30 minutes, Kami? I don't know if you're still here, but I swear you were like, give me 30 minutes to get coffee. Are you like picking the beans and roasting them? I think I could have read that somewhere else. I mean, I don't, maybe you didn't say that. Fake news. Nope, Kami's still here. We're good. No, very good. Have you ever had a cowtail, Kami? Or anybody here? I feel like they're slept on. They're very good. Grind the beans by hand. What do you mean? Ah, damn. I didn't mean to play this one. Damn. Wait, I saw a video of USA shooting Hellfire missiles with no propulsion system or explosives. Undetectable and has titanium blades that shred whatever. Well, yeah, there's a Hellfire missile that's like a kinetic weapon, so it has the blades, but I mean, I imagine it would still be a missile, like have propulsion. But I guess you could just drop like a long metal tube with blades on it. Kind of like a bomb without propulsion. I just thought the Hellfire missiles, they directed those, I thought, for ground targets. Yeah, cowtail's all good, yeah, right? Tail. Cowtail, like the tail of a cow. Some people consider it a candy, but they're a delicacy. I mean, you cut off the cowtail, it's a whole process. And it's essentially a candy. used an AUG Kalani or an AG. Oh my god. Right now I'm using a bow and arrow in Rust. Well, at least we could all agree on the Second Amendment here, I guess. See, we're all coming together around something. Nah, Chad, what's going on? We're gonna arm ourselves with when Venezuela gets China to start invading the US. If China were to invade the US, is it West Coast or East Coast? Where do they attack? West Coast seems to make, more sense geographically, I guess. But maybe that's why they come from the East. Unless China talks to Mexico and Mexico lets them through there. Or will Canada betray us? Who knows? Oh, you think they're just gonna come straight down the middle, just West Coast? I mean, why even be sneaky, right? Bow, 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 bow. I'm kind of tired of this one.
About it right now, everything's okay. No matter where you find yourself, no matter what kind of stuff is going on in your life, underneath it all, everything's actually all right. You're okay. You have more power than you like to give yourself credit for. If you have something that's going on in your life right now that's challenging,
My son makes twice as much as my wife. The nice salaries combined. God bless America. I'm sure Kami isn't. Wait, I'm sure Cumming isn't has something to say about that. Communism. I'm sure communism doesn't have anything to say about that, or doesn't have something to say about that. Beretta. I think just stick with the old school stuff. Slingshot, steel balls. Wait, horse semen? Wait, the fuck? Wait, what are you talking about? I'm less interested in that. I'm more interested in this horse semen situation. Or you could just say, good for you, man. Good for your son. Congratulations. I love your speech to text. Wait, Tony, what the fuck are you talking about? I think coming-isms. Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. Me over here flexing, over here bragging, not realizing that you're just allowed. The owning class is just allowing you guys a few extra crumbs than the rest of the people. You're still running on their hamster wheel. Can't you see that? Resistance is futile. Enjoy your crumbs. Oh, they made the machines to extract the semen. Oh, interesting. I guess doing that by hand is probably gets tiring. But think about all the jobs that displaced. There was probably like some people that were really good at semen extraction of horses, and they just got replaced. You know, it's like, well, how do you transfer those skills to another career if you've been like really honing it? Better than your parents did, and then my children are doing better. None of us threw ourselves off buildings. Nice. Wait, dildo testers exist. Well, yeah, but is that really a transferable skill though? Because on one hand, you're kind of utilizing your hands, and the other, you're utilizing probably a different part of your body, an orifice. Well, put on high heels and stirrups, archery on horseback, bucket list that one. High heels and stirrups, archery on horseback. Yuling? Is it Yunling? 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 Yunling. Yunling. Chef makes $1, I make a dime. That's why I shit on coping in time. It is some of the best feeling though when you go to work and you can just sit in the bathroom. You're like, yep. As you're squeezing it out, you're just watching the dollars roll in. It's pretty nice. Jingling. Youthling. Jungling. Is that a guttural stop? Learn to code. Yingling. Is it a yingling? That dude lost his job milking horses, and they threw a book at him and said, learn to code, bitch. Now he makes NSFW AI content. You shift the U to the back and getting you. Cheers, cheers. I'm gonna have a drink with y'all. What are we drinking? I think I got some 70%. It might be 80%. Isopropyl. That rubbing alcohol. Let me pour up a shot here. Sorry, I spilled some. Doesn't taste Chinese. Get some coffee. What? Listen, this rubbing alcohol has been aged. Aged in the bathroom cabinet now. For at least a few months. Yeah, you know what, Kami, I agree with Tony. Leave the children out of this. All right. We get it. Yingling. We're drinking Yingling, okay? And no, it's not Chinese. Tell that to who? Wait, be like play video game, then operate drones at war. Get to it now. Smoking weed, staring at score line. Following wagers, getting work done sometimes. Wait, what? believe this time zone in Austria is around 2 a.m., so the coffee makes sense. Oh yeah, I forget, it's late there, isn't it? No, it's not 2 a.m. there, isn't it? Like 9 p.m., 9:30 p.m.? It's not even that late yet. So, Kami, are you not planning on going to sleep tonight? An American Yingling is the name of the Pennsylvania beer that claims to be the oldest brewery in America. In America. 21 o'clock. Yingling. Sorry, speech to text. Yingling. Nope. Kami, you know, yeah, I don't even know what you're saying. You're just saying no. Isn't it like 9:30? Oh, wait, I said, are you going to stay up all night? That's what it was. So you're just going to have some coffee and go to bed? Very good, very good. Norton, I blame myself a little bit. Just blame me. I've been saying yingling. Amish shit tastes good. Amish. Commies on your ass, Norton. We can't let that happen again. You gotta triple text them, triple check them before you send them out. We not pray for you. I only pray for you after I've already posted. I didn't even see that part. Yo, oh my gosh, you should have just left that. You should have left that. Every time you post, you're praying for Kami. Oh my gosh. I don't know if I've had cookies. I mean, I've had their ice cream. I'm trying to think of all the stuff I've had. Maple candy. I mean, that's just maple candy though. I don't know. All my neighbors were Amish at one point, so I think I had a lot of their food and whatnot just over time. Fingers on the beers. Are you sitting on the back porch drinking? Only 1:30 in the afternoon here. Bed is far away. Wait, 1:30 in the afternoon? Wait, where the fuck are you? Oh, wait, duh. Sorry, I flipped the planet upside down in my mind. I understand where you are now. Vodka, damn Ruskies. Oh, Twix, yes. Dude, Twix is so good. They got an ice cream version. Oh my gosh, yes. Vodka. I'm juggling between vodka and tequila. Or just like I said, the rubbing alcohol. A few months ago, I had some really good moonshine. Like, really good. One was like regular moonshine. I think the other was like peach moonshine. And I mean, it was just like so tasty and so smooth. Hey, did you have any fun-sized candy bars around Halloween, and did they taste fucked up to you? Are you saying they're not putting as much love as the into the fun-sized ones? they still make Take 5, but I liked those. It was like pretzel, chocolate, caramel, peanut butter. Did I already say pretzel? It was like 5 peanuts, I think, or something. Well, that's kind of redundant. But regardless, it was a pretty good candy bar. I don't know if they still make that. American bread is perfect. If you squeeze it, it goes back into form. It's beautiful. Gets out, blend that shit up and make milkshakes. Don't throw away stale candy. It still has a purpose. Exactly what I mean. How? Oh, well, we've upgraded. We've evolved bread. I don't know why you guys are operating with bread like 1.0, maybe 2.0. We're on 3.0. I mean, have you had American bread, Kami? Oh, Kami, I said, are you going to be up all night? And you said no. I swear you said no, unless you were responding to something else. Now you're saying you're going to go to sleep at 4 again. That would be considered all night. You said American food's bad because we have more ingredients. You said you had some in Arkansas, a lovely place. Okay, so you had the bread. It was fantastic. So what are you complaining about? Well, no, I hear you. Oh, you're saying 4 p.m. you're going to sleep. So you're going to sleep in like... Well, no, because for you it's 6 hours ahead, so it's like 9:30 p.m., 10 o'clock p.m. So if you're saying you're going to bed at 4, that's 4 a.m., meaning you're going to be up all night. That's my point. Hey, y'all were in the Discord super fucking late. Enriched flour, what's in it? I mean, the answer is in the question. Riches. You love to see it, though. Hey, Kami and Norton are getting a room, guys. We're throwing rice. What about French fries? Where were those ones? I thought hamburgers were an American thing. I thought we cooked them standing up like vertically in little ovens that were like vertical, or did that come from Germany? I thought it was like a New England thing. The darn French. Damn. I mean, don't we have like McDoubles, or you know? I mean, I guess that would fall into the burger category. There's no way baked potatoes are American. I mean, I feel like by the time America came about, everything was invented food-wise, guys. There's only so many ingredients in the world, so many ways to mix them up. I mean, it's kind of all the same shit. It's like tasty, tart, sweet, spicy. There's only like really so many ways, and we could come up with a bunch of different names, but you're kind of just reinventing the same thing over and over again. Well, deep fried Oreo. I mean, that does sound. I don't actually think I've ever had a deep fried Oreo. It sounds great though. Well, what about fried chicken? Now you're angry. Bro, you were angry like 4 hours ago. Hey, Pop-Tarts. Pop-Tarts are amazing. I mean, yes, they're different spices and whatnot. But I'm just saying there's only really so many things, you know what I mean? Like, yeah, you got a handful of different fish. You know, like a handful of different ways to cook it up. Got a handful of different ways to season and stuff. But at a certain point, doesn't count. It's kind of all very similar, like the same. You see what I'm saying? Yeah, I mean, that's what we're debating at this point. Yeah, but how different are the ingredients? Like this type of potato versus this type of potato. This type of tomato versus this type of tomato. I mean, what are we talking about? We took this potato, we put it in the oven, and we baked it. We took this potato, and we sliced it, and we fried it. We took this potato, and we made it into these long stringy things, and we deep fried it. It's kind of all just a fucking potato. You know what I mean? Well, I was starting with potato, but yes, and then you have turnips, and then you have this, and you have that. Yes, obviously, radishes, onions, cabbage. I mean, we can sit here and name food. Yes, I understand there's a lot of different food, but at a certain point, there's really not that much food. You know what I mean? And what fits how? What? I think you just want to argue. Kami, I think you just want to argue about everything. You're trying to overcomplicate everything, man. You like the greens? Yo, Christopher. Wait, I'm so confused. Wait, are you in chat, Christopher? If not, I'm sending you a message. Well, if not, then you already hear me say that. It just cracks me up because Christopher just posted in the Discord. And I'm assuming he's coming at. Hold up. Let me see. In politics hole. He said nothing like witnessing a society being freed of communism. Bless that country. Oh, there's Kami responded. I told him we're live. He's got to stop through here. Oh my gosh. He said be there shortly. Yo, Kami, he's coming, all right? He's coming. Oh my God. You know what I like, guys? Potato soup. A nice, thick potato soup. Cut up some bacon, fry it up, put some bacon bits in there, some cheese, some sour cream, heavy whipping cream, a bunch of potatoes, just like really thick, hearty, just fat potato soup. I love it. I love it so much. I made some potato soup about I think 5 days ago, maybe a week ago. It wasn't like my best potato soup, but it was so good. I just love it. I can't get enough of it. I could make a giant pot of potato soup and eat it all in like a day. All right, I'm gonna grab a shot of the rubbing alcohol and a smoke. In what order? I'll let you know when I get back. Wait, what chat are you live streaming? Wait, what do you mean? What do you mean? What chat am I live streaming? Oh, are you saying... Right now, this is only one stream, if that's your question. I turned off the dual streaming, so it's only the mobile version. There shouldn't be another stream. I mean, I might be live on Kick, but I don't even know. So they should all be just one stream, if that's what you mean. In terms of the Discord, I mean, people are in like politics chat or something, I think. You don't see Steve Duke's comments. Oh, you're not seeing them on the, I'm not sure why that is, because I could see his comments on, like, behind the scenes, but in terms of the actual stream, let me see. YouTube kind of does that arbitrarily, but I will see if, are you sure? I see it right here. Steve Duke 68, yeah, 6803. Oh, wait. That's what it is. Norton, are you in, if you go to your settings, like on the stream, make sure it says live chat and not top messages or top chat. YouTube defaults to top chat, and I noticed this earlier. I wasn't able to see Steve's messages either because it defaults to top chat. You have to change it to live chat. It's so freaking dumb. Yep, exactly. So go in your YouTube chat and go from top chat in the settings to live chat. It should be like right on the screen here. Just go to like, there should be like a little settings button.
Underneath it all, everything's actually all right. You're okay. Have more power than
Literally does the same thing for me. It's so annoying.
what's going on in your life right now.
That's another reason I do like having the chat on the screen like that. So kind of notice those discrepancies and be like, wait, what's going on here? The hell is going on here? No, that's cool. Like on the phone, you here, let me see. I'll pull it up on my phone. Basically, if you're on your phone, because it's there too on your phone. You go to those. Shut up, jeez. Oh, hearing myself. You go to. Wow, is that what I sound like? Holy shit. Go to the top right where the 3 dots are, and then scroll down, and it's gonna say chat filter, and just click on that and click all messages instead of top messages. I saw a weird drag dude from Australia doing card tricks and cosplay on Kick. He's actually funny. Oh shit, you can drop a link. All right. A lot of dick jokes. This man needs to be studied. Dick jokes are back. Exactly, all chat. So you should be able to see it. New Year's in Dubai. Oh, is this the UFO thing? Oh, I see what channel. I think I know what channel that is. A lot of the UFO channels, man, they just they be squeezing the most out of nothing. Not to say this is what that is, but I get very skeptical when I see certain channels. Hey, yeah, we're live, man. How you doing? How you doing? Happy New Year. I need to like post it in the Discord more. But we saw, it was just so funny because you'd mentioned the communism thing. It's funny, I woke up this morning and Kami was already talking about Venezuela. And, you know, I had to make a joke about, you know, 51st state situation. Kami didn't like that. And then we were over here chit-chatting. And then I saw you drop that in the Discord. I was like, bro, you got to bring your ass over here. The people are so... I've heard, are there videos of people actually happy? Norton, until they figure out a way to change it, and I'm gonna have to go back to the drawing board. But I'll keep it figured out and keep y'all in the loop with me here. It's touching. Oh my gosh. It's a good way to start the year, you know, for some people, I guess. Look at Benny video I sent. People are crying in relief. The Benny. With Benny Johnson.
of absolute shock and awe, went into Venezuela and did just pretty much whatever they wanted, had their way with her, and captured their communist dictator, destroying all of their air defenses, their only air base, and not even getting any return fire, quite frankly. It was an unbelievable operation. No Americans were hurt. I don't think any American was even fired upon President Trump saying that Nicolas Maduro and his wife have been captured and flown into our country, deported to America. The irony and the
imported.
Respect of taking the man's wife is pretty epic. Just the rudeness of it all. It's amazing. I like being part of a hegemony. I like being part of a superpower. This is what it looks like, and this is what people should fear. This is a fear operation in order to signal to places like China and Iran that we're not messing around. And
Yeah, we'll pull this one up and check it out. It's never coming out. If it comes out, we'll have to play. If it comes out like between now and like 2050, we'll hop on. No, it's just a special operation. Like Russia does in Ukraine, both are capitalist nations. Wait, what? You gotta go be a father, family is calling. Hopefully I'll catch you guys. Hey, all right, Norton. There's people cheering the streets, Venezuela and Iran. Iran, what the fuck? All right, let me go grab my smoke, and then we'll come back and watch Benny. We'll watch all of the people crying in the streets. So happy that America brought freedom. And we'll go from there. Okay. So what I'm really interested in, I'm not trying to get too caught up here because I want to go grab my smoke real quick. But you said GTA 6 is fine-tuning the NPC AI. I hear it's ridiculous. They remember you committing a crime and call the police on you way after the fact. That is so cool. I am so excited for AI to be used for NPCs in video games. I think it could add so much more depth. Like imagine if you could just talk to the AI with your microphone and they could understand you and have responses. Like the dialogue trees could be so much more interesting, I think. And also you can even use like certain effects, like if you sound a certain way when you talk to somebody, maybe they'll react to you in a different way. And I don't know, there's just so much more depth you could have with the NPCs now. I'm really, really, really interested in how that plays out. Anyway, you said you might ignore them if they did get it reported. The question is, are more people happy that this happened, or are more people upset in Venezuela that this happened? You're buying another PS5 when GTA 6 comes out. I'll probably have it on PC. Wait, it releases on PC, right? I haven't played it since probably GTA. I think I played 5. I think I had 5 at some point. But I think I was on Xbox. All right, Norton. Get to the responsibilities. Norton's tapping out for now. He'll give you his definition when he circles back, I imagine. Okay, anyway, let me go grab my smoke real quick. Damn. I just saw that NPC line and I was like, oh shit, I'm gonna forget before I come back. but I wanted to talk on that. There was this there was this game demo where you can walk around and talk to NPCs, with your microphone, and they'll respond to you. It's on YouTube. I can't remember what it's called. It was just a demo, but the concept is really, really cool. Oh yeah, good point. I guess there's no such thing as exclusives at this point. You talk about the Benny Johnson one? We're gonna check it out on our way once I get back here. Should take me about 5 minutes. I'll be back.
He'll strike for infrastructure of the United States of America.
But I gotta load it up. All right, cool. So when we come back, this is what we're gonna do, because we'll be able to judge it ourselves. Kami, you can point out where I guess issues aren't being addressed, or what's kind of being spun in the ruling class is favor, and then we'll go from there basically. All right, we're back. Oh, Lordy. Bump. 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 Bam. All right. Very good. Oop. We might take this one in snippets. I didn't realize this is an hour. Well, it's almost 2 hours long, so we'll probably take it in a bit of snippets here. Let me get out the Discord chat. We kick it in the gaming lounge on Discord for the people in the Discord to chit chat there. Can actually use voice or text, but when I'm on stream, just well, in general, I mean, if you could refrain, I guess, from slurs, you guys are pretty good in the chat on YouTube, so I don't think I would have to worry too much about y'all going out there and just slurring it up. Bam. All right, let's hop in.
It's Saturday in America. I'm Brian Yennis in for Kayleigh McEnany, and we've got breaking news this morning. Venezuelan President Nicolas...
And this is Benny Johnson, guys. This is his video. Looks like his live stream. Going over the stuff. Benny Johnson. We'll drop a link to his channel here in the chat.
Nicolas Maduro and his wife are now in American custody. And according to President Trump just moments ago, they are en route to New York. You are looking live at Caracas, Venezuela, where explosions were heard around 2 a.m. local time. The U.S. military carrying out a large-scale strike leading to the capture of Maduro and his wife. Now, the American legal system is vowing to bring him to justice in the fight against narco-terrorism. We are all over the global reaction to this monumental moment in history as Venezuelans and the world wake up to a whole new reality. And we expect to hear from President Trump just 1 hour from now. Let's go right to Madeline Rivera at the White House with the very latest. Madeline.
Good morning, Brian. The president speaking to Fox and Friends in the last hour, saying that this was a last-ditch effort after all other attempts to get Venezuelan President Nicolas Maduro to step down from power failed. The president watched this operation unfold in real time, praising it as a success, even though he says a couple of people were hit. He spoke about the complexity of this operation, which appears to have been in the works for some time now.
We waited 4 days. We were going to do this 4 days ago, 3 days ago, 2 days ago. And then all of a sudden it opened up and we said go. And I'll tell you, it was...
During the speech we watched, he just did, he almost made it sound like the weather was a huge factor, and it was like waiting for the weather to break. And it's so crazy to consider how much just weather can play on an operation like this. Wasn't there a city in Japan that was supposed to be, we were supposed to drop an atomic bomb on, but we didn't because of the weather? So that city survived just simply because it was cloudy.
Just amazing. And what was he doing? He was in a very highly guarded, like a fortress, actually. He was in a fortress. You know, that we had nobody killed was amazing.
President Trump says Maduro and his wife, Celia Flores, are on the USS Iwo Jima heading to New York, where they were indicted. Maduro was initially indicted in 2020 in the Southern District of New York with narco-terrorism conspiracy, cocaine importation conspiracy, possession of machine guns and destructive devices, and conspiracy to possess machine guns and destructive devices against the United States. But it was not well known that his wife was also under indictment. So Attorney General Pam Bondi's post this morning is the first confirmation of that. Secretary of State Marco Rubio reposted on X a post that he made in July, echoing a line he's been repeating for weeks now. The Maduro's regime is not the legitimate government.
Wait, you said, I'll have to look into that. But you said that was not because of weather, but some dude who went to Japan, loved the city, and convinced everyone it's a bad target because of weather twice. Really? I have to check that out. Oh, I forget the name of the city. Do you remember the name of it by chance? Isn't it like a more historic city?
Rubio has been speaking with lawmakers all morning, working to appease perhaps some concerns and answer some questions. One of them coming from GOP Senator Mike Lee, who first questioned the administration's authorization for the actions absent Congress declaring war or authorizing military force. He now seems to be backing the president, saying that after speaking with Rubio, it appears that kinetic action was deployed to protect and defend those executing the arrest warrant for Maduro, and therefore falls under the president's constitutional authority to protect U.S. personnel from an attack. Democrats, though, as you can imagine, Brian, are a lot more critical. Still so many questions, though, after this action, including what happens now that Maduro is gone.
I think this is actual footage? Oh,
okay. Okay, all right. What's going on? We are rocking on a Saturday morning. It is 11 a.m. Welcome back to being live after our Christmas and New Year's break. We just had to jump on in because President Trump will be explaining how he's just changed the world for the better, as far as I'm concerned, with the seizure, assault, and arrest of communist dictator Nicolas Maduro. This happened in the small hours of the evening last night with an assault on Caracas in Venezuela. President Trump will be live here momentarily. And of course, we will take all of his comments, something that was kept very, very close to the chest. Zero media leaks, zero leaks about this. An absolute stellar tactical execution by our men in uniform.
Yeah, I'm thinking Kyoto. That's what I was thinking. You said, okay, Nagasaki was the secondary target for the second atomic bomb mission on the August 9th, 1945. The primary target was the city of Kokura, which was obscured by clouds and smoke on the day of the raid. Okay, yeah, I was thinking Kyoto. I'm pretty sure that's what I was thinking. And now we drive Japanese cars.
Special Forces, Delta.
Eventually, everybody comes back together, you know?
Forces. Seizing the communist dictator,
water under the bridge,
leveling the Venezuelan military, leveling the Venezuelan Air Force, knocking out all air defenses. As far as we know, according to reports, there weren't even any shots fired on American troops. And
well, it's funny he says that, because I thought during Trump's speech, either he spoke of it or I think it was General, I forget the name of the general. But they were basically, or maybe it was Pete Hegseth, but somebody was saying that they kept using the phrase self-defense, that when they were fired upon, they returned fire in self-defense. So it seems as though they came out and claimed, now this might be after, you know, his live or whatever, but that we at least took shots, but there were just no casualties.
President Trump predicting exactly what was going to happen here by noting that you probably shouldn't F around with the United States of America.
In this country, all the natural resources. He even recorded a message to you in English recently, offering mediation. What should we do in order to stop that?
He has offered everything. He's offered everything. You're right. You know why? Because he doesn't want to fuck around with the United States. Thank you, everybody. Thank you. Thank you, everybody.
President Trump speaking at the White House just a few days ago, and J.D. Vance obviously grinning from ear to ear. Marco Rubio, the same. Pete Hegseth, the same. Nicolas Maduro's response to that.
Don't worry. Be happy. La, 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 la.
This is not
Don't
real.
Don't worry.
No.
Be happy.
Nah.
La 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 la.
These dirty communists. So Nicolas Maduro is a bad person, and I want to state this because the president could break in at any moment. I'm against war. I think that this is what you do to prevent war, to be quite honest with you. Here's why I am in favor of this military action against this communist dictator. 2 or 3 or 4 or 9 things. Let's just go from off the top. And Nicolas Maduro is an illegitimate dictator. He obviously lost multiple elections. In fact, the original elections that swamped communists into power, and one of the more profitable and successful, clean, functional, middle class, rich with natural resources countries on earth, Venezuela, which was a deeply functional democracy and society up until the communists took over. Ladies and gentlemen, these have all been illegitimate dictatorships led by Hugo Chavez. When they don't like the results, they change the results. They do this with election rigging technology. These election rigging technologies were piloted by Venezuela. They are now used to rig elections all throughout the world, including but not limited to our country and Brazil, which also has an illegal dictator in it. Venezuela is very close to America. Venezuela's destabilization of its hundreds of millions of people that live there caused a massive human crisis. And this is the kind of crisis that, of course, leads to millions of displaced individuals flooding our country. Many of those individuals are members of gangs. These are terrorist organizations, Tren de Aragua, MS-13. Hugo Chavez sent them all to America to rape and pillage and kill. And this is exactly what happened with Laken Riley, a Venezuelan migrant came here and killed Laken Riley. You'll remember Laken Riley bludgeoned in the head. She was a nursing student from Georgia, bludgeoned in the head and killed by a Venezuelan because of Hugo Chavez.
I'm obviously not laughing at that. You guys in chat are just funny.
So not a good guy, not a good person. He also, of course, narco traffics. He's a terrorist. He narco traffics into our country. Hundreds of millions of pounds of fentanyl that kills and slaughters our people. Is he responsible for the death of millions of Americans? Probably, actually. And so not only is he responsible for the worst thing that's happened to America in my lifetime, which is the migrant crisis, he's also responsible for, obviously, the fentanyl deaths, the insane amount of narcotics that are in our country, poisoning the blood of our people. And then he's also responsible for the total and complete destabilization of South America on behalf of the communists. And so, yes, I'm happy that Nicolas Maduro is in a bag over his head as he's being flown atop Caracas and shown something that I think is completely and totally glorious, which is the destruction of the mausoleum of Hugo Chavez. This is a very specific...
Wow, I thought you were bullshitting in chat, but I guess not.
Mountaintop that was destroyed. And this mountaintop holds the remains of the communist dictator Hugo Chavez. This is the man who, when he died, Nicolas Maduro just seized power, just took power, and then has been using his nation, which is a nation very close to the United States of America, a nation that would have zero wealth or infrastructure if the United States of America hadn't built it up. American oil companies spent trillions of dollars refining and creating Venezuela's oil economy. Venezuela has a larger oil reserve than Saudi Arabia. This is the largest known proven oil reserve in the world, is in Venezuela. The communists took over, seized it, and then ran that industry into the ground through total and complete incompetence. Ladies and gentlemen, this is how they destroyed their nation and obviously destroyed their own people. And so that is why the people are celebrating right now. I just want to note that
that was the main point that kind of brought us to this video. Outside of just general information, there were claims that there was a bunch of Venezuelans essentially celebrating this and they're happy about it. So I'm curious to see, because I think you said that in this video, he shows videos of people celebrating in the streets. So I'm curious about that.
On their way out, the American forces not only took Hugo Chavez, but also took his wife. The absolute and total disrespect and rudeness of that is hilarious. And then they hung his head out of the helicopter window and forced him to watch them lob a couple heaters into the helicopter window. Disrespect, because not only took Hugo Chavez, but also took his wife. The absolute and total disrespect and rudeness of that is hilarious. And then they hung his head out of the helicopter window and forced him to watch them lob a couple heaters into the mausoleum. They destroyed the body of Hugo Chavez on their way out, which is just...
like, as a fuck you thing, I get it, you know, chef's kiss. However, it's a little lowbrow. I don't know if we had to do all that extra stuff. I think just winning, absolutely. You don't have to like kick them while they're down, kind of a thing. Seems a little fucked up.
It's a thing of beauty. So here we go, ladies and gentlemen. This is the breaking news from around the world, and we have live reaction pouring.
Well, I mean, it's a soul crushing action. So. Again, it just doesn't seem like it was necessary. It seems a little bit over the top.
From people in Venezuela. So let me make this very clear. And again, we're going to be hearing from President Trump here in just a moment as Donald Trump gets ready to address the world as the world sits in shock witnessing this. Boys, why don't you grab the Claudia? I want the Claudia Scheinbaum commentary from Trump this morning, and then her tweet about this, because of course everybody, all the libs are freaking out about this, saying that they support Venezuela. But if you support Venezuela, you're going to support the Venezuelan people who love that this just happened. You know, you're not the ones eating zoo animals. What it really is it's low IQ communists realizing that they're losing their communist dictatorships all over the world, including but not limited to multiple South American countries. South America is now swinging wildly, I guess you could say, to the right, but really it's just for freedom and liberty parties. One of the last men standing is Brazil. You know, there's some like totally irrelevant South American countries, but Brazil. And the reason why this is critically important is because the communists and Iran.
I don't know if it's like a disrespect to human life. It is disrespectful for sure. I mean, that's the point of doing something like that.
These are the people who are aligned with Venezuela, Iran, the Chinese communists, and Russia, Vladimir Putin. They hate this. They are using Venezuela as a proxy to attack us, to poison our people, to flood our borders, to engage in trafficking, human, narco, and otherwise. These evil forces were using Venezuela as a staging ground to attack America. This is exactly what they did. And now they're losing grip. They took over South America, and now the communists are losing control. As you can see right here, this is the after years of socialism, South America is now has a right-wing wave. So the blue is socialist and communist countries. This is what wing.
After years of socialism, South America, the right-wing wave just won Chilean election.
Wave.
Chile blue. Next year, the right could win the elections in Colombia and Brazil. While socialism might fall in Venezuela due to other circumstances.
So the blue is socialist and communist countries. This is what it looked like 20 years ago. And this, ladies and gentlemen, is what it looks like now. Actually, this wouldn't actually be a accurate map. I'm gonna have to let's try and get a slightly more accurate map, because obviously Chile went to the right as well. Okay, so this is what Venezuela looks like.
Wait, what?
Slightly more accurate map, because obviously Chile went to the right as well. Okay, so
yeah,
this
something's
is
throwing me off.
What
with that one
Venezuela
here
looks like as people are cheering and celebrating in the streets. This is a good thing for our.
Yeah, I think the red blue, I think, might have confused him a bit or something. I don't know. I'm getting confused now by which. Did they even have labels? No, so he kind of just like slid that one out of here.
And celebrating in the streets. This is a good thing for our country. In fact,
oh yeah, me neither. No. He's another source. I've checked out some of his stuff. But just another source to listen to, just, getting information from different places. He's going to give you his spin or his, viewpoint on it, or, what have you. And then we'll get some from some other places.
Chinese communists were there on site. In fact, Chinese communists had just landed in Venezuela in order to prop up Maduro. So the Chi-Coms had their little government apparatchiks sitting there watching as the guy they were supposed to meet with gets put into a bag and thrown in the back of a Chinook. Isn't that dominance?
It seems like somebody is celebrating. At least one person there. Maybe there's a few in the background clapping, it looks like.
So we've got celebrations throughout Venezuela. Again, don't listen to any of the dirty libs out there screaming and shrieking. Everybody's trying to everyone's throwing a panic right now. They're only panicking because they're losing their party, which is not the Democrat Party, it is global Marxism, is losing power. And this was one of their major plays, to poison the American people and to destroy our land and our nation. Here you can see the Ayatollah getting his portrait lit on fire. Obviously, the people of Venezuela celebrating in the streets, dancing. This is a precious video. It's just a dude waking up his family in the middle of the night. He's so excited. He goes and wakes up his wife and tells her that the dictator is gone. So yeah, if you say you stand with Venezuela, then clearly you're standing with the Venezuelan people. People that are upset, libs that are bitching about Maduro, are sitting there defending the indefensible.
Wait, what are we
defending
watching?
An illegitimate dictator, communist, who has destroyed and stolen from his people. And who is effectively a narco trafficker and terrorist. That's what they're defending. So, yeah. Look at this. Venezuelans celebrating everywhere. This woman, I don't speak Spanish, but this elderly woman going viral for crying real tears.
So it does seem like, obviously some people there are happy about it.
All right. So yeah, they're burning and ripping down Maduro posters here in Venezuela.
Yes. You know what? Steve, I think it's deeper than that. I think that the government or different powers that be, can be special interests, are basically propping up creators. That way they have platforms to go and, preach on. That's kind of what I think. Now, not saying that Benny is one of them, but just in general, because I think the mainstream is kind of losing its grip, and they realize that, so they just want to put in puppets in different places to disseminate information and try to buy creators and whatnot. There's tons of people out there with like 1 million followers that you've never heard of. But sometimes I find people, and I'm like, where did you come from? It just seems like out of nowhere, but.
And President Trump now warning Claudia Sheinbaum.
North Korea television. No, we're going to check back to that channel. Maybe they do a piece on this.
The president of Mexico, for running also a narco trafficking state, which she is doing. What's your message to Mexican President Claudia Sheinbaum? She's not running Mexico. The cartels are running Mexico. Something's going to have to be done with Mexico, says Donald Trump. Way to go. I'm here for it. I want more communists in helicopters, to be perfectly honest with you, being taken in the dark of night and being brought to justice. I think it's just, I think this is just like the America that we've lost. This dude was live streaming the moment. This was live streaming the moment that the attack happened. This is what it looks like to be part of an empire that wants to control your hemisphere. You can't be an actual power unless you control your own borders, and the nations around you are not your enemies. You don't want the nations around you to be your enemies. You want the nations around you to be aligned with you. If you are
okay, you were struggling with that bottle there for a second.
Or the hegemonic power in your hemisphere, you need.
Oh, it's one of those. Okay, yeah,
to
I
be
get it.
in control. By the way, for any of the Canadian fans that are watching,
oh, never mind. It's on loop. I was like, damn, how long is it going to take them?
The channel right now. Shout out to you. What's up? Great to see you. But this is going to spell disaster for Canada. I just want to let you know. Canada has constantly refused to develop their oil industry, refused the Keystone XL pipeline, canceled the Keystone XL pipeline time again, refused to work with President Trump.
Nightbot is becoming sentient, okay?
On making sure that our hemisphere has enough oil development and resources. And now with what's going to be a very, very friendly administration in Venezuela.
Yeah, Kami, I thought it was going to start with Canada, then do like Mexico, and then kind of work its way to South America. They are kind of jumping around the board, but I guess, never let them be able to predict what you're going to do. So I guess Venezuela first, Canada eventually, Greenland somewhere on the list. Mexico, they'll come over as well. I mean, again, they're just kind of jumping around. But yeah, what Norton was saying, heaven forbid we get multiple sources of information and then kind of like mull over them and, critique them, take pieces from them, set other pieces down, and just kind of like, gather information from different places. But Kami, as you know, you're in the Discord. You can drop a link to your media source. Like, Kami, every time I bring up something, I feel like you have an issue with the source. And it's like, I'm not putting on something to be like, oh, guys, take this. Well, one, this was recommended. But two, I'm never going to play something and be like, this person is 100% the truth. Right? We're going to like listen to it and just, probably argue about it, talk about it, all that kind of stuff. But it seems as though you must have like the best sources or something, man. Like, I need to see your sources. Besides NKTV, North Korea television, besides them, we need some sources, bro. Who are you going to for information?
To the United States of America. They're going to free up and probably reinstitute cooperation with Venezuela's oil resources. And America will have policy.
Well, keep sending them, bro. Sometimes I do that for other people's videos too. I mean, I don't know. It just depends. And then sometimes you send me stuff that I'm listening to it. Sometimes you send me shit in German, for one. Two, what was the last thing you sent me?
Power to the largest oil reserves in the world. You wonder why China.
But hey, you could always look. Give me a name, bro. Give me a name. Who is covering the Venezuela stuff? without bias or with a bias that you agree with. We're watching this video. He's talking about Venezuela, talking about the situation. You're like, this guy is full of shit. What person? Because you've got information on Venezuela. So where are you getting your information from that you're saying this is the correct information?
Wanted so badly to get its fangs into Venezuela. Well, this is why. Ladies and gentlemen, we do have a podium shot for President Trump. I guess we just maybe we just pop that up for a second, show you guys that President Trump will be speaking here.
Something tells me that, like, there's all these issues in Canada. I don't know if they've done a poll on this, but I doubt Canada or Canadians want to join America. I could see them wanting to, like, maybe cede from Canada in some areas, but not join America. I could be wrong, though.
Momentarily, and talking to us about these world-changing events.
You could think on your own, but you would be in a bubble. You'd be in a vacuum. You have to get information from somewhere. You can't just think on your own. You're not going to sit in your room with no content coming through and be like, Trump just attacked Venezuela. Like, you have to gather that information from somewhere. Somebody has to tell you or show you, oh, Trump just went and captured Maduro. Like, you kind of need that info. Where are you getting that information from?
So this is the podium shot. Right now we have...
and you said thinking you're using... I'm assuming you mean Marxist thought, which that means you're not thinking on your own. That means you're thinking through somebody else's framework. But regardless.
Nothing further. This is from Mar-a-Lago. Donald Trump. We await President Trump. His commentary was supposed to come at 11 a.m. Sorry for the wait. Complicated business, as we say. President Trump, again, will be speaking.
Tommy popped up.
And explaining all this. I assume that Secretary Rubio will be there along with Pete Hegseth and so on. Okay, so these are the joyous reactions.
Read the writing on the wall.
Some of the these are the joyous reactions. Sorry, thank you, Alex. From some of the individuals, and this is a YouTuber in Venezuela. Again, don't let anybody tell you they're on the side of Venezuela. When they say this, when a lib says this, they say that they're on the side of an illegitimate communist dictator. They just love communism. They love oppression of people. They love the destruction of freedom. They like people eating zoo animals. They like people not having toilet paper. They like human suffering. That's what they say they're on the side of. The people of Venezuela sound like this. Okay.
I've only got his energy. I don't understand what he's saying, so you guys might need to translate for me.
Calm down, but whatever. It's like good. It's good to see, honestly, and it's spiriting. I'm happy about this. I like this version of America. I don't want America to be pushed around by these dirty little narco states. I don't want my country to be flooded with infinity criminal aliens because South America is so destabilized that millions of them have to come here. I don't want that to happen. I certainly don't want it to be used as biological weaponry and as chemical weapons as well. This is why he's being charged with terrorism. Ladies and gentlemen, guys, get me the Pam Bondi tweet. Thank you. So we can talk through what the actual charges are. Here's Secretary Rubio. This is going viral. Rubio posting this today. Elon Musk saying true. Maduro is not the president of Venezuela, and his regime is not a legitimate government. Maduro is the head of a cartel, De Los Soles, a narco-terror organization, which has taken possession of a country. He is under indictment and pushing drugs into the United States of America. Here we go. This is what he's being charged with in the Southern District of New York. Pam Bondi explaining what the charges are and what we may well see next. Oh, and there we go. There are the actual charges. Okay, let's get both. Yep, got it. Nicolas Maduro and his wife, Celia Flores, have been indicted in the Southern District of New York. Nicolas Maduro has been charged with narco-terrorism, conspiracy, cocaine importation, conspiracy, possession of machine guns and destructive devices, conspiracy to possess machine guns and destructive devices against the United States,
They will soon face the full wrath of the American justice system on American soil and in American courts. On behalf of the entire DOJ in the United States, I would like to thank President Trump for having the courage to demand accountability on behalf of the American people, and a huge thank you to our brave military who conducted the incredible, highly successful mission to capture these two narco and human traffickers. This is the Post going viral here, seen by...
I was looking into it. It says, Alberta group gets green light to collect signatures for separation referendum 23 hours ago. Alberta's election agency has fired the starter's pistol on the race to collect enough names for a referendum on the province quitting Canada. Elections Alberta announced Friday that Mitch Sylvester and the Alberta Prosperity Project have from Saturday until May 2nd to collect just under 178,000 signatures to qualify. The question seeks a yes or no answer to, quote, do you agree that the province of Alberta should cease to be a part of Canada to become an independent state, unquote. Sylvester could not be immediately reached for comment. He has previously said a referendum is needed because of federal government restrictions on oil development alongside dim hopes for electoral change in Ottawa. Interesting.
$11 million people, 114,000 likes, 32,000 reposts, and this is exactly. I am in favor of. There we go. Thanks, guys. I am not a robot. And there's the indictment. There it is. Just went live. This is what they're charging Maduro with. Guys, we have that shine.
Is there a reason, Kami, that you don't just move to China in that case? Or I guess if you're, with the list you've been given, you said China's the best. I'm assuming you still think your country is above China, right? In the way that it's organized? Because otherwise, would you not just move to China?
Einbaum tweet, because like it's the weakest. This is the weakest beer you've ever seen. So the president. So around the world, Iran is freaking
Wait, heck
out.
no, what? So heck no, Austria is better than China, or Germany is better than China, whatever. Or are you saying heck no? Like, what are you trying to say?
China's freaking out. Mexico's freaking out. The axis of evil, the axis of globalism is freaking out right now because America's just acting like America again. Like, you're not going to be pushed around. Listen, we're a hegemonic power in our own hemisphere. We are going to rule. We are going to be king. And if you want to challenge us, then fine, come for the king. This idea that like America had to cut our balls off, like that we had to be weak somehow after World War II, America
If you're spending $1 trillion on your military, you might as well, utilize it, I guess. I'm surprised we weren't doing shit like this before. I mean, I guess we've always been blowing things up, but I mean, this is pretty aggressive, I have to say. You said also, I thought North Korea is bad because it does kinship crimes, and now Maduro and his wife both got indicted. Well, what's his wife indicted for is the question. Aliens run the planet, and it's just like, and you're switching. I'm asking you about China. I'm literally asking you about China. And also, I thought kinship, like, that's kind of bad. Like, punishing 3 generations of your family or what have you because you did something is kind of fucked up. Aliens run the planet in Mount Shasta. I want to go there, actually. It's like on my bucket list. I heard there's a lot of weird paranormal UAP type stuff over there. California, Black Forest, Germany, and many other bases around the planet and the moon. You said what country is Kami from? Yes, heck no regarding organization, and why I don't leave Austria is because I'm part of the International, not the National. Yeah, but the 3-jet stuff only applies to the officials, not the common man. Well, that's still kind of fucked up either way, but although she was making it sound like it wasn't officials, like it was the common person. That's what it sounded like when she was saying it, but I mean, take it with a grain of salt. You said heck no regarding organization, and why I don't leave Austria is because I'm part of the... I don't understand them. You might need to break that answer down more for me. I don't think... It's funny, you said, why is keeping officials accountable now a bad thing? I think the way that you do something could also be, you know, criticized. I think the concept of keeping officials accountable in and of itself is good, but if to keep the officials accountable, you have a gun to all of their family members' heads, I feel like that's it's not necessarily great. I want Austria and the world to be communist and not leave for perceived better grounds. I mean, I can understand that. So the workers in China that throw themselves off of a building are actually the ones making all the rules. So the Russian men... Does that happen in China? I thought that was more of a Japan thing. Making all the rules. So the Russian men that flee the country so they don't die make the rules, question mark.
Decided that we just had so much success that we're just going to be weaklings and we're going to let the third world swamp us with criminal migrants. We're going to let our country, our systems be debased, our currency be debased. We're going to be pushed around by smaller little nations like Somalia. At the United Nations, we're going to have people like North Korea tell us what to do at the United Nations. F that. Like, screw that. No. This is not how you run a superpower. It doesn't work like that. That's not the law. Like, it is the law of the jungle. It has always been the law of the jungle.
Power.
You sometimes have to just simply exert force. You know,
force,
in the end,
power, force, whatever.
In the end, what's backing the U.S. dollar? What is it?
The military.
Yeah, well, it's not gold anymore.
It's the military.
It's not silver. It's this. It's if you sit there and see.
You can sit there and say a country's poor if they've got enough armaments to just wipe you out, and their supply chains can stay up long enough to do so. They're not really that poor because they could come and take your shit.
The oil that we developed, if you destroy your country, if you poison our people, if you flood our borders and swamp our borders with criminals, then you're going to get yeeted, right? Like, you're going to be picked up and you're going to be taken in a helicopter and you're going to be it's like someone's going to you're going to make you watch. Hey, bud, how you doing? Sorry, I'm here at home. Hey, Theo.
I guess he's taking a break.
The live stream right now.
But I have no interest.
Venezuela. We'll bring him back in for analysis of what I assume to be momentarily family business. What do you? Gosh, it's been a wonderful Christmas in the family. 2 weeks, right? Was like same. You know, that's for over 25 years. Venezuela has abused their position of public trust and corrupted once legitimate institutions to import tons of cocaine in the United States. Nicolas Maduro, the defendant and the foremost in that corruption, has partnered with his co-conspirators to use his illegally obtained authority and institutions he corroded to transport thousands of tons of cocaine to the United States. Since his early days in the Venezuelan government, Maduro has tarnished every public office he has held, and the member of Venezuela's National Assembly, Maduro moved loads of cocaine under the protection of Venezuelan law enforcement, Venezuelan Minister of Foreign Affairs, a prominent drug trafficker. So here we go. Let's see, how long is this indictment? Okay, I'm sorry, it's 25 pages, so I'm not going to read all of this, but yeah, let's just say that
y'all are killing me.
Nicolas Maduro ain't getting out of this one. And what are you going to do? Like, seriously, what are you going to do about it?
But put a pin in that. So if Taiwan gets invaded, would you then say that's bad? Would you say it's bad if China invaded Taiwan? Or are you going to say that China is liberating Taiwan? Again, you can't have it every which way. So sure, they're being invaded right now. At least last time I checked, they weren't. China was being kind of aggro, but not directly invading. But if they did directly invade, would you have an issue with that or no?
I don't care. Everyone's screaming. All the libs sitting there screaming. Is that real? No way. Is this real? The actual photo. Is this the photo of Maduro? Is that for real? I've seen a lot of fake AI ones.
Yeah, there you go. There he is. Captured. And they are losing it. What else do they have to say? Here's
So they surrounded Taiwan. They've done that before. I haven't seen the most recent time they've done it, but they've done that before. I think they ran some sort of exercise that was simulating an invasion of Taiwan. So like I said, they're super aggro or aggressive when it comes to Taiwan. And obviously the world kind of plays ball with them by not really acknowledging Taiwan as an independent nation. It's like this weird gray area that Taiwan, like anytime China's in the room, nobody talks about Taiwan, kind of a thing. No, I want to defend China then and equally criticize them. They crucially, however, don't. They crucially, however, don't what? Those war games, not a magical teleportation. What are you talking about? I am so confused. No, Venezuela federalized and subsidized everything. They went full libtard socialist for sure. It'll be interesting to see what they do now. Yeah, I'm very interested to see how it kind of plays out. I like instantly started thinking about their currency and then also land over there. It's probably a good time to go over and try to develop or like buy land or maybe investing in their currency would be good. And then hopefully in like 5 or 10 years, you can get like a return on it. They completely surrounded the island now, all because U.S. gave them $12 billion worth of weapons.
Claudia Scheinbaum.
Notably, the soldiers withdrew. I don't know what you mean. I'll have to look into the Taiwan stuff.
Of Mexico.
Well, the soldiers, well, yeah, I mean, they didn't invade is the point. But I'm saying if they did, we're not, I mean, yeah, obviously they have yet to invade. It's kind of like, oh, well, Russia's not going to invade Ukraine. And then they did it. The point is, if they do it, where are you going to stand? But you said you would stand, against China invading Taiwan. So I'm going to hold you to that. Because if they do invade Taiwan and you come in here and you're talking about why it's a good thing, I'm going to be like, dude, what are you talking about? I thought you just said it was a bad thing.
Go. Saying her response here to Donald Trump, saying that something's got to be done about Mexico. Article 2, paragraph 4 of the Charter of the United States, the United Nations, states verbatim, the members of the organization.
Okay. Are we acting as though China doesn't have any type of issue with Taiwan, that they don't claim that they own Taiwan, that Taiwan is a part of China? Are we pretending that's not a thing? Because it seems as though the Taiwanese people think they're Taiwanese or that they're doing their own thing. This is just my basic understanding. China thinks that Taiwan is a part of China. So, like, where's the, like, if they're doing things like surrounding the island and, war games, if there was a country that was, just came over and started surrounding Hawaii and fucking with us and shit, and they were just like, oh, we're just messing around, we're just practicing, it's going to set off alarm bells, right? And then if that country was also claiming that, they owned Hawaii, that would cause some issues.
And their international relations shall refrain from the threat or use of force against territorial integrity of political independence of any state or in any manner inconsistent with the purposes of the United Nations. The position of the government of Mexico. No one cares, lady. You're next. No one cares. Stop poisoning our people. Like, these are the law. This is the law of the jungle. I'm sorry, but we live in a real world here. Action, reaction. Mexico is a narco state. Mexico is completely controlled by the cartels. Same with Venezuela. And we have no tolerance for that. We have a people here to save. Maybe you don't care about your people. Maybe you don't care about your country. But we care about our country. And I know that's been a crazy change since World War II, when America just decided to roll over and be completely and totally cut by the rest of the world. That we were so powerful, we just wanted to care what the rest of the world thinks. We care what I don't know what is a total Turks and Caicos, right? Like, we care about Bikini Fiasco or whatever. Like, what is the smallest or most irrelevant country on earth? We don't actually, we don't. And
Taiwan vows to defend sovereignty after China's military drill. This is AP News. China's Xi hails nation's technological progress and renews pledge to take back Taiwan. Beijing. Chinese President Xi Jinping on Wednesday hailed his country's technological progress in areas such as artificial intelligence and semiconductors, while once again insisting his country would annex self-ruled Taiwan. During his New Year's Eve address broadcast Wednesday evening by state media, Xi praised the country's advancements in key sectors including military tech and space exploration. Images ranging from humanoid robots performing kung fu to new hydropower projects rolled on the screen as he spoke. Quote, "We sought to energize high-quality development through innovation," unquote. Xi said while thanking Chinese people for contributing to the country's economic growth over the last 5 years. China plans this blah, 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 blah. The country is set to speed, self-reliance, blah, blah, blah. Xi also praised the country's rising prominence, blah, blah, blah. Regarding Taiwan, a self-ruled democracy that China considers sovereign territory, Xi reiterated Beijing's annexation intentions. Quote, "We Chinese on both sides of the Taiwan Strait share a bond of blood and kinship," he said. "The reunification of our motherland, a trend of the times, is unstoppable." So, I mean, like, I just, like, again, they haven't invaded yet. Maybe they never will. But it's just, like, I don't know why you're acting as though, like, this is, like, not a thing. Shut up. God damn it, my breathing is very Darth Vader. Like, I don't know why I'm breathing so hard. You're, like, the second person to tell me that recently. I think it's because my mic settings are, like, really loud, too. If I turn it up more, holy shit, that's loud. You know what I mean? The mic is just so intense. I like moved it closer to me.
That's just the position of being in charge. The lion cannot concern itself with the sheep, and this whole like globalist world order.
Humanoid robots doing kung fu. Yeah, they're getting ready to invade.
It might have worked out for some people. It is
they got the humanoid robots.
Nightmare for
they're
the United States of America, and now we have billions of dollars of Somali scams that is higher than the GDP of all of Somalia. So no, I'm like you count me out. All right, this whole like mealy mouth. The number one, the best argument you got here. You're a known cartel operative. Claudia Sheinbaum is a known cartel operative.
I'm done engaging with this after this one. If you're not going to be, I just read to you. They just said themselves that they want to take it. They plan on reunifying. They plan on doing that. I agree with you. In the reality that we're living in this current moment, they did not invade. I agree with you. But they are saying they want to take it. They are saying they want to. So maybe they're not going to do it today. Maybe they're not in the process of doing it. But they're saying their intentions. They're saying it. So again, maybe it'll never happen. But I swear, dude, if it does, I hope you're sitting here saying, wow, that's bad. That's bad. But if you start saying, well, actually, they went there to save them from America and the interests of the ruling class of the Western nation, I'm going to be like, bro, shut the fuck up. I'm just being honest.
She works for the cartels. And the best thing you got is a line from the United Nations Charter. Please. No, thank you. No. This is like enough of like America being weak and enough of America being suckers. So again, ladies and gentlemen, we await President Trump, who will be live soon. This was supposed to be live at 11 a.m. Guys, what's the update here? Do we have anything?
I'm just if we were doing the same thing to Taiwan, or if we were doing the same thing to another country, I just feel like you would sit here and be like, oh, that's bad. That's imperialists threatening and pressuring and threatening and pressuring, and they're laying it out right in front of you. They're telling you what they're going to do. And I'm just sitting here saying, yeah, but they haven't done it yet. Yeah, but they haven't done it yet. I would at least grant you that, yeah. I mean, it's pretty aggressive. They're saying they're going to take it. Maybe it's just a bluff. Maybe it's just, aggressive diplomacy. But I feel like you would sit here and say that's wrong of America to do.
Do we have anything from Donald Trump? Oh, wow. Okay, yeah. President Trump sharing a picture of Maduro. There it is. Nicolas Maduro on board the USS Iwo Jima. There we go. He's got some Nike sweatpants on.
I mean, look, he is stylish. I mean, it's a good fit.
He's got a water bottle. He's got blinders on. He's got earmuffs. He looks very cozy. And Donald Trump just shared. So there you go.
Okay, why are you censoring yourself? I'm so confused.
There you go. Well, that's how you do it. So there's So yeah, got nothing but weakness. The people again of Venezuela are cheering. I don't know why ALX keeps sending. Here's ALX's tweet. There you go. ALX, please load up that.
You realize that's the same question I asked you earlier, Kami.
Felt it needed to be done.
I asked you the same question.
Oh boy. The disrespect, the rudeness. So
yeah, it's kind of silly. AI pictures, blah blah blah.
So everyone here, American, Venezuelan, have said they're so happy for the freedom that they experience here, and they just hope that freedom translates into their home country, Venezuela. All we've heard was freedom, freedom, freedom. Yes, we did it. Now we can continue to move forward. By no means are any of them saying now comes the
I don't know why
easy
it's so
part.
choppy.
Certainly the hard parts are on the way, but they're saying now is finally a step in the right direction that they've all been waiting for so long. I want to give you a little bit more of a scene setter here, guys. Look, people with flags, holding them up, holding them high. Hundreds of
I thought that guy was wearing a Trump mask.
Cars, playing music, everyone here dancing. It really is wonderful to see so many people coming together. There are a lot of emotions behind this. I mean, they're not just cheering because of what just
Wait, but
happened
this is no. I don't think this is in Venezuela, is it?
today. This comes from generations upon generations of stories of struggle, stories of hurt, stories also of hope for a better country and a better life for their family in Venezuela. Since I've been here, I've seen countless people FaceTiming their family members from Venezuela, checking off on them. Like we said, these strikes, we still don't.
What's your point to that, though, Kami? If a group of people escape a country or leave a region and go to another region and sort of set up base, now they lost the homeland, they lost the mainland, which means they lost there, which means the other power took it over. But if you hold power over an island, then that's your island, that's your power. Just because you said, fuck it, we're going to take the L on mainland, but we're going to come over to this island, doesn't mean that they own the island too. They would have to come over and beat you or take it from you. It doesn't mean you're illegitimate just because you left the mainland and went to an island. You see what I'm saying?
There have been any casualties. We have had a lot of people here checking up on their family. Thankfully, all of the FaceTimes have been answered. A lot of things we still do not know. But overall here, the sentiment is hope. Like we said, we've covered this in the past. A lot of times we've heard people cheer, si se puede, and now they're saying, si se pudo. Now we did it. Guys, guess that. You know, there's a lot of emotions, like we said.
Yeah, and then I'm sure China probably feels the same about the people in Taiwan. You know what I mean? It doesn't really matter because at the end of the day, it is what it is. China's China, Taiwan's Taiwan. So what's the difference? People could say, well, they're actually rebels. It doesn't matter. The rebels won. I mean, America was full of rebels at one point too. We don't call ourselves rebels. We're just Americans now. We could go back and just keep calling ourselves rebels, or Britain could call us rebels. It would just sound silly. And it sounds silly if Taiwan's saying that too. If they're like, oh, they're just rebels. Yeah, but they won. So you could call them rebels. You could call them Chinese. It doesn't really matter. You could call them the CCP.
Like I've mentioned, though, there are a lot of people that are FaceTiming, WhatsApping, trying to get in contact with their family, especially in Caracas. And overall, from the family that we did hear back from, they say that their families are okay. Obviously, still very much shaken with the strikes that happened early this morning. But overall, we have not heard yet of a report of a casualty or family members that are not answering them back. Actually, the opposite. We heard several family members in Venezuela that are celebrating at home quietly despite everything that's happening right now in their home country. So it is very interesting, but of course this is still very much developing.
I don't know, I think you're moving off the point. So regardless,
just so of course stay with us because we'll be here all day, guys.
I'd say agree to disagree, but I don't even know what we're disagreeing on.
This was one of the first English transmissions there from Venezuela. Obviously, this is
that was from Venezuela. Okay.
Copy.
I wasn't sure.
Live view because of the technology that they're using, and Venezuela went from a first world country to a third world country under this dictatorship. And so, so sorry about the choppiness there. There's nothing we can actually do. But here is what's going to happen, most likely. The woman who won the Nobel Peace Prize, Maria Corina Machado.
My point is, it doesn't mean anything. Unless Taiwan is going to go and attack China and take it over, it really doesn't mean anything.
Maria Corina Machado says that she is ready to take control of Venezuela. She ran to be the president of Venezuela. She won, and then she had the election stolen by Nicolas Maduro, who changed the rules and just remained in power. And this is why Marco Rubio says he is not the legitimate leader of Venezuela. You can see here, after 6 days of brutal repression, thought they were going to silence us and intimidate us. Look at the response. You can see her here with 300,000 likes, 99,000.
Well, I hope nobody invades, but I swear I can't. If it happens, man, I'm gonna be messaging you like. And you can't even act surprised because they said, well, first off, I'm assuming you mean China is saying they're going to invade Taiwan. I said if the other way around. I said if Taiwan were to, if they're going to call the Chinese or whatever, the CCP rebels, they could do that all day long. It doesn't matter. It doesn't change a thing. Are they planning on going and taking anything back? Then it really doesn't matter.
1,000 comments. Look at the people of Venezuela. The people of Venezuela love this. The only people who don't love this are
Tony B, I'm with you. I'm with you. This is all a distraction. Once AI takes over, automation pops up, the AI becomes conscious and decides it doesn't need us anymore. It's over. So this is all just window dressing here.
Low testosterone, low IQ, teenage communists who are terminally on TikTok. That's it. Those are the only people that don't like this. People of Venezuela love this. So she says that she is ready to lead, and that this is going to be the year of freedom for our nation. And then she has released this letter. Venezuela.
A lot of people say it's a bubble. I don't know. I mean, yeah, there's a lot of investments going into it. Maybe too much, but I don't know. I don't really think it's a bubble that's going to pop and it's going to be like, we just wasted all this money. I think they're going to get a lot out of it. I think it's going to be automation on like a major level to where you have a bunch of labor that you just don't need people for anymore. That's what I think they're working towards.
Venezuelans, the hour of freedom has arrived. There you go. Let's go ahead and read this letter from what may well be the next leader of Venezuela, unless it's Marco Rubio, which we could see. I mean, at this point, why not? At this point, would you be surprised? Would you be surprised? Here we go. This is the letter here from, here we go. Donald Trump.
Okay, we did already see, I think, all of this, so I'm not going to sit through this again. We saw the speech. I'll let that load for a second. I mean, maybe. I just think it's the invention to rule them all, the ring to rule them all. I mean, if it actually works out, and they actually get like humanoid robots that can, show up to your house and do work, and they could start replacing low-skilled labor with robots. They could work 24/7, essentially. You don't have to pay them. Once they get self-improvement down, I just think you're going to see less and less jobs. I think it's going to start with places just hiring less people. They won't even fire people. They'll just hire less people. And then eventually, maybe they'll start laying off people and there just won't be jobs for people anymore. A lot of people say, well, that'll open up new jobs, but I just don't really see that. We should lay out technology a bit. Okay, is the rest of it Okay, yeah, the rest of it is pretty much just Trump.
Smack to other world leaders and saying, if you don't think that Donald Trump give you sort of the vibe.
Have been giving statements of support. They did indicate that they didn't get a heads up on.
Yeah, of course you didn't get a heads up. We're going to tell Ilhan Omar about this. Trump on the capture of the narco-terrorist Maduro. We just turned the lights off in Caracas. Well, we live in such a terrifying country. I mean, it's great. It's great to be an American. You need to be the world superpower. You need to control your hemisphere. This is an old JFK statement that I'm paraphrasing here that says, we intend to be the master of our own hemisphere.
Sounds about right. Sounds Benny Johnson. The Johnson. Drop a link to his channel. So, there were claims that there were Venezuelans, celebrating. It seemed as though we saw some Venezuelans celebrating. The question is that most Venezuelans, or is that just a minority? Is it a 50-50 split? What is the general sentiment for the locals, You almost moved to Alaska in your mid-20s, really? I heard Alaska is expensive, like very, very expensive, everything there. I mean, maybe the cost of living is offset by how much they pay you. I've heard that you get paid to live in Alaska. You get some sort of like stipend. I don't know if that's true. I like the internet because before this, the mainstream media was like the information gatekeepers, state-run psyops informing us that whole time. Exactly. That's why I like the democratization of media. Sure, you're gonna get people that shill, or people that are grifters, or people that are trying to sell a book. You're gonna have your industry plants, but you're gonna have a bunch of other voices too to speak out against them. So, and it's just our job to sort of sift through it and kind of make our own decisions based on what we see and hear and read and take in. Fort Knox gold mine. You get a dividend check every year of $25K for the oil. Wait, really? Oh, interesting. But you also get paid on top of that, like an hourly or like a salary. That's really neat. That's really, like, that sounds like a great company. So you took that over Alaska? Damn, that's crazy. Man, I need to go work in a gold mine, jeez. No, sure, I get that. I'm just curious, is it on top of, are you just being paid a dividend, or is it on top of what, like on top of your labor? Is the dividend supposed to be for your labor, or is it you're working, you're getting paid, and then at the end, you get a dividend on top of what you were paid? Oh, gotcha. Okay, it's part of your tax return. Okay, gotcha. Oh, no, but I'm speaking specifically to working there. Oh, you get gold lung, don't you? Try lithium mining for Tesla and Apple. I've seen, oh no, that was I think cobalt. and it did not look fun. Oh wait, yeah, cobalt, yeah. I think I saw cobalt mines and it looked terrible. I wanted to try doing, what is it called? Like sifting, where you go out panning, gold panning. I wanted to try that just for shits and giggles. I was like looking it up one day. I was like looking at local gold mines in the area. And I was like, you know, I guess you're supposed to find a gold mine and then you find a river, if it's like near a river, and then you go and pan the river. I thought that'd be like a neat little activity. See if I can, you know, get some, put it in a jar. I'd be like, oh, I mined this well. I panned this gold and have it like on a little shelf. Gold panning is really slow. Tried it as a kid. Oh yeah, I figured. I mean, if it wasn't slow, everybody would be doing it, right? I imagine unless you just happen across some big old nugget. I mean, you're really probably not gonna make any money doing it. There was that person who went around New York City and he like cleaned the grime from the sidewalks and basically was able to find little gems and jewels and bits of gold and all this stuff. And he would go around New York doing that, I think especially in front of jewelers and stuff, but just in general, and was able to essentially collect enough to make money off of. I don't know if you guys heard that story. You said you found a few tiny flakes. Nice. You could be fancy. You could like put the little gold flakes on your food. Goldschlager liquor is. The rivers and creeks actually have gold flakes sitting on the rocks. When you go to grab them, they are gone though. I went to Alaska for a week. It's like another country up there. Interesting. No, I haven't heard of that. What do you mean they're gone when you go to grab them? Like you can't scoop them out or scoop it up or something? Or is it just like you go to grab it and it just kind of flakes off and disappears? Yep, of course, never saw it again. Goldschlager. Schlager. We'll see if I can find that.
There is a man who makes a living by mining the streets of New York. He takes a butter knife and tweezers out at night and scrapes away at the edge of sidewalks. Mostly around jewelry shops, as what he's looking for is bits of diamonds, rubies, platinums, and gold which might have been dropped by people and lost. And because he's mining for gold or minerals that have already been cut and manufactured, all he has to do is extract it from the dirt and gum of the streets, clean it up, and sell it on. He even said he collected enough gold for 2 sales totaling 819 in 1 week. But is having to sift through the gunk of the New York streets really worth those riches? There is a man who makes a living by mining the streets of New York. He takes a
But he said it was how much, like $800 in a week. So I mean, not really a great return, I think, if you're living in New York, but
cut and manufacture.
Kind of
all
free
he has
money.
to do is extract it from the dirt and gum of the streets, totaling 819 in 1 week. But is having to sift through the gunk of the New York.
I mean, that's just something to do. I guess in your off time, it could be a way to, I guess, get some extra dollars. I've looked into that before. 60s and 70s taste like shit. Goldschlager used to be the Fireball back in the day. Ugh, Fireball. Like you say it and I can taste it. It is so like cinnamony. It tastes like cinnamon. We have Spanish coins in the dirt just south of Grand Canyon. Dude, they like dropped a bunch like 500 years ago. Some are starting to resurface and people are finding them. Telling no one too. I take it those are valuable. Are they like made of gold? Jaeger? Hey, Christopher. Wait, where is it? Hold up. Woo! Appreciate you, my good sir. Growing the empire, one membership at a time. Yo, Long Bong! Yeah, well, you got it. That's awesome. I love when people in the chat actually get it. Oh, wait, well, I don't know if he's in the chat now, but... Yeah, Long Bong got the hookup. Thank you, Google Play. I was thinking about it, and $800 actually, depending on how many hours he spends out there, that's like $3,200 a month. So it's actually not bad if he doesn't spend too long doing it. Plus, I'm sure you could make some sort of device that makes the job even easier. But I feel like that's something you can only do once in a while, like once a month or once every few months. You have to wait for things to kind of collect there. There's no way that people are dropping that much gold and diamonds and all that. Yeah, go a rotation, I guess. Yeah, I heard about that. Is he really doing that? I like the idea of it. The dividend tariff check. Where is $2,000 tariff dividend? Who's getting the stimulus check? Wondering when you'll be getting that $2,000 stimulus check? Here's what to know. During a cabinet meeting on December 2nd, next year is projected to be the largest tax refund season ever, and we're going to be giving back refunds out of the tariffs. We've taken in literally trillions of dollars. In early November, the president began floating this idea to middle-income people. I'm looking through it here. Trust, when they're ready to roll that out, they will make no, well, they won't hide it, to say the least. This is 2 days ago, hold up. It says no new ones were approved for January 2026. He proposed it, but has no finalized plan. Viral stimulus claims mostly stem from scams or state-level programs. Plus, it's good for views, like saying, hey guys, the government's giving out free money, and you put that in your title, and guess what? You're gonna get some clicks. Exactly, I'll believe it when I see it. After the stimulus checks some years back, the news was always running like, oh, there's gonna be stimulus, there's gonna be stimulus, there's gonna be stimulus. And I think it's just because people click on it. I don't really believe it. It'll be cool, I guess, but meh, believe it when I see it kind of a thing. Don't hold your breath. And although, I mean, shit, $2,000, can't pass that up. It's a nice little chunk of change, but, you know, one-time stimulus, again, not trying to turn my nose up at it, but it's helpful, but not going to solve, you know, everything. But I think it's a step in the right direction. It would be really cool to get like a reoccurring stimulus check based on tariffs or based on something. But I guess the question is, if tariffs increase the cost of things, then how much is the stimulus check offsetting? Are you still ending up behind, or are you ending up ahead, or just kind of floating? at the same level, you know? So. Dan the man. Very good, very good. Hope you're enjoying your lunch. Yeah, I mean, it's only be, you know, stimulating your local economy, so good for you. I don't know, I feel like it's probably a good offset to the tariffs, though. If the tariffs' goal is to bring jobs back, it's going to just naturally raise the price of everything. Even once you get the manufacturing infrastructure, whatever it is, back over here, if you're paying people a living wage or paying people more than you would otherwise be paying them in another country, it's going to cause the price of whatever that product is or good to go up. So you're kind of fucked regardless of what you do in that regard. That, or you compete with other countries and their labor forces, which again, that would cause you to have to underpay people. So ooh, fried shrimp, nice. Fancy. You also bought a lot of drugs. So you guys might have been propping up Venezuela. How could you? They might be coming for you next. Yeah, I feel you, Dan the man. I feel you. Hey, we'll see you when you get back. Safe travels, my good sir. Grab me a beer. Grab me a beer, if you don't mind. You know what? No, fuck that. A limerita, if they got them. Or the Sex on the Beach, Bahama Mamas. Those are good too. Those things are like 10% alcohol or something. Those little cans pack a punch. FEMA give out so much money, 10K checks. Cartels are selling kilos for 10K. Wow. Oh, Four Loko. You're getting Four Locos? Is that what you're saying? And Four Loko. Those things are crazy. Not the favorite thing for my stomach. All of those canned drinks like are the best, I feel like, on my stomach. Damn, 13.9. Well, yeah, I mean, Four Loko is pretty high, right? Yeah, those things are just, those are crazy. Do you guys have buzz balls? Buzz balls are all right. Never had Arrogant Bastard. Yeah, they used to have like a bunch of caffeine in them too. I think people were dying drinking those things. Mango habanero. Oh, wow. An energized drunk. Wait, you said...
There was a really interesting podcast where they'd brought these two Amazonian shamans on the podcast, like full headdress. They spoke their own tribal language. They needed an interpreter in the room. And the guy asked them what they thought about aliens. And they didn't understand the question, didn't know what he meant by alien. He was like thumbing through this book and he put up a picture of a grey. And the tribesmen went, oh, that's Makan Wabu. And they had a whole story about how this was a human that became an ant that lives underground and it can appear in the divine light, but you should be very careful with this being because it will take your soul underground and you need a very good shaman to bring your soul back. And they were taking it real seriously. Yeah, dude. So it's like these tribal cultures, they know, man. There was a really interesting podcast where they'd brought...
I don't know. That's an interesting one. I find it interesting when, cultures have their own stories when it comes to aliens, and it seems like, hey, they showed them a picture of it, and they had some sort of reference to go off of. So, how much I believe, exactly what they're saying, I don't know. But maybe they have some sort of history of seeing some otherworldly beings and passed it down, through the cultures, through like word of mouth or whatever, through stories. That or they were high as shit on some really good stuff and sort of passed those stories on. It's definitely a weird one. It kind of reminds me of hollow earth theory. It's like there's some sort of, the earth is hollow to some extent. And there's a civilization, living under the earth's crust or what have you. It kind of reminds me of that. And then also like the Mount Shasta, which Tony B mentioned earlier. The idea that there's these beings like aliens or something living in the mountain or living... The mountain, like you could basically fly into and go underground and there's a civilization or a city or whatever. Okay, yeah, no, like you said. I mean, they know, like he brings out the picture and they recognize it as something. But yeah, if they've never even seen that picture before, but they have, they're like, oh, well, that's what this thing is. That's kind of crazy. It's like, okay, well, they seem to have some sort of an experience with this that I imagine is not being informed by sort of like modern culture or like interpretations of aliens or whatever. Because like the gray alien or like the big head, big eye, skinny alien, we all kind of know that image and stuff. So if you show it to most people, they're gonna be like, oh, an alien. Like that's like a contemporary picture of an alien or image of what we think an alien looks like. But to take it to a culture or somebody that has no, like you're saying alien and they don't really even understand what you're saying, and then you show them a picture and they're like, oh, well, that's what it is. It's like, oh, well, shit, maybe there's something to this. I was really hoping that we would get that announcement soon from either, the government, Trump, NASA, somebody, and be like, hey guys, we're being visited. It seems like they're still doing the drip feeding with all the UAP stuff, but it still has yet to really break out. I feel like in the last couple of months, I don't know if it was JD Vance. I want to say it was JD Vance, but he spoke on it a little bit, but it never really just makes it out there. They never really stay on the topic or ever put anything out. So it's really frustrating because it always feels like it's right around the corner. It's right around the corner, especially every time they have a UAP hearing, like the one with the Hellfire missile, the one with, was it Graves, David Grush? There's been like three hearings now in the most recent years about it. But it just never really breaks through and stays a topic. It's something that at least the mainstream media has been covering it a little bit more and taking it a little bit more seriously. Like that's something I've noticed. But it still lives, it's for such a short period of time in the news cycle. Like they at least cover it now when something comes up, but it's still just not a big deal. So, I hope we're slowly working towards, it being taken more seriously and just more people scrutinizing it and maybe seeing if there's, really something going on here. Oh, that's right. Disclosure Day. Yeah. I checked out the trailer and I'm excited for it. It does seem to be a good way to just keep disseminating that information and getting, society, I guess, ready for that potential. Yeah, why are the aliens ants? Maybe they shrunk themselves? I don't think I've seen the Odyssey one. The movie's gonna be epic. Comes 1 month. I don't think I saw that one. I did see the Disclosure Day one. Let me see the Odyssey. The Odyssey. The Odyssey of it all.
After years of war, stand between my men and home. Not even me.
Promise me you will come back.
What if I can't?
Yeah, it didn't show too much. I'm probably more interested in the Disclosure Day, but that looks like it'll probably be a solid movie too. The Luring Center. The Luring Center. We actually haven't watched that Nick Shirley video yet. Oh, nice. Brood in Hell. Very good. That was a quick run. You must be hella close. Wait, when is Disclosure? You said a month later, so what is it coming out? What is that, like June for Disclosure Day?
If you
Appreciate
found
you being
out we
here.
weren't alone.
Late last
If someone showed you, proved it to you, would that frighten you?
Good morning, Kansas City. Let's take a look at today. Let's today is today's
People have a right to know the truth. It belongs to 7 billion people.
What is it?
You wouldn't believe me if I told you. So I'm gonna show you.
What are you gonna do?
Full disclosure to the whole world. All at once. People keep wondering. Encountering the unknown.
They're coming! They're coming!
They are starved for the truth.
Do you think there could be others?
Why would he make such a vast universe? Yet save it only for us?
Later. Yeah, I'm excited for it. I don't know. We'll see how it ends up playing out. I don't want to say I'm expecting to be disappointed by it, but I mean, I'm happy because I don't know which way they're going with it. I get the general disclosure idea, but what type of aliens are they, I guess, right? And then, I mean, I'm happy that they didn't show too much in the trailer. I hate when trailers show you the whole movie. So it gives me something to look forward to. 30 million in 2 weeks. Wow, yeah, that's really good. Wait, they're doing a movie? Because I know they did the show on Netflix. I watched some of that. I still have yet to make it around the Dragon Ball Z. Wait, they're doing a Fallout movie now? It was Netflix that did the show, right? The live action. So is Netflix doing the movie too? I hope they don't like oversaturate. I hope they don't go like Marvel with it. Yeah, I've only seen, I think, a couple of the episodes myself. Yeah, I'm not seeing a movie, a Fallout movie. Oh, yeah, you're talking about the show, probably, yeah. It was all right from like, I think I saw like the first couple episodes. I was like, oh wow, this is actually better than I thought. And then I don't know why, I just never like revisited it. I think I ended up just playing Fallout after that. I don't want to spoil anything. Well, yeah, I don't want to spoil anything. Because I want to say where I left off for the last thing I remember, but I can't be that far. It can't be but the first couple episodes or few episodes. Basically, the main character, she has to do something kind of nasty and take an item, a kind of nasty item, a bloody nasty item with her somewhere. So that's probably, maybe that's still the first episode. Shit, I don't even know. I've been watching a lot of One Piece as of recent. Oh my gosh, that's so weird. I literally said that right when you sent that message, Tony B. Yeah, it was pretty good. I've been watching a lot of One Piece though. Try to get caught up. I'm in the Egghead arc. I'm probably about halfway through the Egghead arc. What story is the Fallout show going off of? Is it its own story, or are they basing it off of one of the games? The Highlander. I'm not familiar. Are you caught up in One Piece, Tony B, or nah? If they don't cancel it, like the One Piece Netflix show, I think that's going to be something that we spend the next 10 years watching. There's so much content that they could put out for One Piece, just so much content. And hopefully if it keeps being successful, they can slow it down a little bit. It doesn't have to obviously be a one-for-one with the anime. I do feel like I don't want to say they covered a lot. They covered a lot in that first season. So I feel like you weren't able to get as much of the camaraderie and like build like that character development. But hopefully, because I think they're going into are they going into the Grand Line now? Because I think they got Usopp, right? Zoro, Nami, They got Sanji. Yeah, they went through all of the East Blue. It's like reverse Uncanny Valley. Definitely, yeah, not going to be as good as the anime or manga, but I was happy. I was happy with it. Like, they didn't fuck it up. I would say I get the Uncanny Valley. I wish it was I don't know how to put it. It kind of looks like they're on a set. It looks like there's props. If that makes sense. It looks staged and artificial. But that's more of a modern movie or modern TV show thing I have an issue with. But the actual writing of it and everything I thought was pretty good. The Highlander. All right, I'm about to check that one out. Yeah, they're headed for the line. I'd say that's right. I'm curious to see how they're going to do the different characters because... Wait, did they... Did they end up doing Kobe? I can't remember. Was Kobe in the show? In the live action? And then that first woman that Luffy fights, was she in the show? And how did they portray her? Because I'm curious of how they're going to portray characters that have very, very weird proportions. Or for example, when they enter the Grand Line, the first character you run into is that giant whale. That they could do. I could see them doing that with CGI. That's fine. But some of the really weird characters, how are they going to do them? Like a Big Mom. How would they do Big Mom? If they could somehow pull off the giants and all the different weird body proportions that characters have and weird quirks, that would be really cool. Yeah, as they should too. I mean, they're going to need a huge budget. I think it will pay itself off. Well, I guess at this point, it's, they're not selling it unless they do live action movies. It's more just to get people to come to Netflix. I mean, the budget is huge. Weren't they spending I think it was tens of millions per episode? I mean, it was crazy. Sean Connery was in it. No, I mean, it's my favorite. I love that redheaded bitch. I mean, she's pretty great. She's pretty great. And the only anime I ever watched was in Flux back in the day. I didn't even know that was an anime. I remember watching a movie, Aeon, I don't even know how to say that, Flux, when I was really young. Is that the one where the grass was blades? And there was that lady that had hands on her feet? Yeah, Blast from the Past. I only remember the movie. I didn't realize it was animated. Oh, Predators movie. Okay, Killer of Killers. I guess on the topic of old movies or animated movies or whatever, Treasure Planet. Been a long time since I've seen it. Many years. Very good movie, as I recall. I could see that being a live action and being decent. Although it doesn't need to be. I think it's already perfect how it is. Was way before the movie. The opening scene was her catching a fly with her eyelashes. Oh, I think I've actually seen that scene. That's so creepy. It's like a Venus flytrap, but it's your eyeball. Those who hurt elves. Or sorry, hunt elves. A very graphic adult cartoon. Okay. Yes, I would prefer them to make a new story, obviously. That's, asking a bit too much these days, though. I think we're just going to stick to remaking things. Those who hunt elves. Yeah, no, I've never heard of it. Although maybe we're exiting the whole remake phase. It seemed like the remakes for the past, decade or so, it was super hot to do. I really hope we start seeing more just original content. I mean, Netflix is pretty good for doing original content. Hollywood seems to be the one that, relies more on pre-existing IPs. Wait, Publius? Wait, what? Alright, sounds good, Dan Domain. Enjoy the rest of it. Hope it's easy. Lurk well.
The dream to awaken our world. The dream to awaken our world.
You're out of control.
I take control. Whose side are you on?
I take no side.
You're skating the edge.
I am the edge.
What you truly want, only I can give.
You can't give it, can't even buy it, and you just don't get it.
Yeah, I've seen that one. Oh wow, nice. Yeah, never seen it. I mean, I've seen that clip, but never the show. Wow. Pluribus was created by the Breaking Bad guy. First season just ended. The alien invasion idea is an original idea. Huh. Pluribus. Apple TV.
Good morning, Carol. Is there anything we could do to cheer you up?
When you are through the storm, hold your head up high.
Hey, Carol.
Hey, Carol.
We just want you to be happy.
Can I ask a question?
Certainly. What would you like to know?
How do I reverse all this?
Don't be afraid of the dark.
Rest assured, Carol, we will figure out what makes you different.
Figure it out. Why?
So you can join us.
What the
So it's like a mind virus type thing, like a parasite.
We would move heaven and earth to make you happy.
If I asked right now, would you give me a hand grenade?
Yes.
What about a bazooka?
Mm-hmm.
What about a tank?
Oh, sure.
Feel free to move about the cabin, Carol.
So she's like the only one that hasn't been, or like one of the few that haven't been infected by the mind virus or whatever. A hive mind, yeah. Only 13 people are left. Wow. Geez, detonating a nuke she requested, and they have no issue with it. There's been I feel like there was a movie a while back that was kind of like that. It was a hive mind. But the thing is, they were hostile towards people that weren't infected. So when you went out in public, you had to act like all of the people that were infected so you wouldn't get caught. I can't remember what it was called, but it was a similar concept. It's a scary thought because it could be a real thing, right? How would you even know? It's like Among Us, that concept. It's like, oh, it's already infiltrated and you don't know who's been infected, who's been compromised. I feel like that's one of the freakiest, kind of like The Thing. The Thing has that aspect where it's like, well, which one of us is the thing? It's super scary to me. Because you can't trust anybody. You're just uneasy. Invasion of the Body Snatchers, maybe it was based off of that, because I think that's pretty old, right? I think this is like newer than that. It was like early 2000s or mid 2000s. You want a time travel movie about stopping AI before it happens? That's an extremely unique idea. I don't think it's ever been done before. But we need like a super muscly jacked dude to play a robot that's also sent back in time to try to stop the person who's trying to stop the AI. I think that would really put it over the top. Damn, that one always pops up, and I always say I'm gonna watch it, and I still have yet to. Pulp Fiction. A space-time machine, yes. A space-time ship machine. Space-time machine ship. Wow, Black Hawk Down. In that realm, I mean, there's Saving Private Ryan. What was that one movie about the plane, the pilots, and like they're like, you know, really good pilots or whatever, and they make an AI jet fighter, and it joins their team. You know what I'm talking about? Oh, also Behind Enemy Lines. I saw that like a bunch when I was growing up. But no, this one was like, wait, was that Behind Enemy Lines? No, I don't think that was Behind Enemy Lines. Ah, yeah, Pulp Fiction. I need to look it up and see what it's on. Because again, every time it gets brought up, I'm like, oh, I'm going to watch that. I'm going to watch that. Why haven't I seen that? Pulp Fiction. I've seen like clips and whatnot. Oh my God, I thought it was free on YouTube. I was like, yes! But no, it's not. If I can find it on a service I have, I'll watch it tonight. Pulp Fiction. If not, it's probably going to be One Piece for me. Because I really would like to get more caught up in that. I think I want to watch that one, and there was another one, something in Loathing Las Vegas, something in Loathing, Lost and Loathing in Las Vegas. No, something Loathing in Las Vegas. That one I've seen trailers for, and I really want to watch as well. Fear and Loathing. There we go. Fear and Loathing. Oh, shit. I think I just found Pulp Fiction.
Mia. How do Marcellus and her meet?
I don't know. However people meet people. Then they...
All right, cool deal. I'm gonna watch this tonight. Well, I'm excited. I'm glad you guys brought it up here. Damn, yeah. Dementia, right? If I'm not mistaken, with Bruce Willis. That's tragic. But I'm gonna hop off for a bit. I'm gonna make a coffee. I'm gonna actually turn this on, Pulp Fiction. I'll be hanging out in the Discord and shit. I'll probably be in Gaming Lounge. If you guys want to continue the conversation. And what time is it? I might be back on. I just want to take a break, eat some food. I'm gonna start the movie, and then, like I said, I'll probably be hanging out in the Discord. I might even be able to watch some of it in Gaming Lounge. So stop by, chit chat if you want. Otherwise, I will see you guys either later tonight or tomorrow when I get back on. I'll probably be on tonight. I might just do some gaming and stuff. If there's any new updates with Venezuela, we will cover those, of course. I'm getting back into the news cycle here. I don't know why I avoided it for a while, but I'm trying to get back into it. Take care, y'all. I'll see y'all in the Discord possibly. Later. Don't get too close to the black hole. Otherwise, as you know,